Yeah, we didn't do nothing in closed session. Let's start right here then. Good evening, everyone. Have your attention. The board took no action in closed session. And so with that being said, I'd like to offer our translator services. Prior to us coming back to order, I'd like to refer anybody who needs translator services to Ms. Paula Valbuena at the podium.
Thank you, President Irvin. Buenas tardes, habla Paula Balbuena. Si necesita servicios de interpretación al español, por favor llame al 1805-324-7680 e ingrese el código de acceso 286-379-967 más la tecla numeral. Este es un número totalmente gratis. Nuevamente, llame al número de teléfono 1805-324-7680 e ingrese el código de acceso 286-379-967 más la tecla numeral. También puede acceder a estas instrucciones en nuestro sitio web en mcs4kids.com, dirigiéndose a la parte inferior de la página en Quick Links y haciendo clic en Board Agendas para ir a la agenda de esta noche. O si no, estaré feliz de ayudarles en la parte de atrás. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valbuena. Welcome to the Modesto City Schools regular board meeting of June 3rd, 2024. This meeting is now called to order. Begin with roll call. Trustee Brown.
I'm here.
Trustee Daly.
Present.
Trustee Lopez. Present. Trustee Marks.
Present.
Trustee Mejia.
Present.
Vice President Maestas.
Present.
President Irvin. President. Let the record reflect we have a quorum. All members are present. Will we please have you stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance? Please join me. Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Thank you. Regarding public comment, MCS has provided an opportunity for public to provide comments. It is outlined on the agenda. The public has been given an opportunity to call in and leave a voicemail, send us a comment via email, or appear in person before the board. Any public comment received via email or voicemail following the posting of the board agenda and prior to noon the day of the board meeting will not be read aloud, but have been transcribed and printed with copies provided to each board member prior to the start of the board meeting and are available to the public. The voice and email public comments will be attached to future board meeting minutes for approval. This practice will continue until further notice. For members of the public that are interested in commenting in the future, we welcome your comments. Public comment statements, Board Bylaw 9322B. If you wish to address the board during the period of public comment on a subject not on the agenda, you must complete a public presentation request card and submit it to the board president prior to the period of public comment. If you need assistance from our translator, please indicate so on the request card. Every person wishing to address the board, please fill out a card. You will find the cards in the lobby. You can hand your comment card to Ms. Chambers in the back of the room. Ms. Chambers, in the back of the room, wave. I also want to remind you, if you wish to make a complaint against a specific district employee, you should follow the district's personnel complaint procedure. Copies of that procedure are available in the lobby, as are agenda copies, which outline the procedures we will observe during the period for public comment. The right to address the board does not exempt the speaker from any potential liability for defamation. If you plan to speak on a topic, please fill out a card now, as no cards will be accepted after the period for public comment has begun. The maximum time for any one speaker is 3 minutes, for a total of 30 minutes. For those of you requesting translation services, an additional minute will be added to your comment time. In the event that we have more speakers than our 30-minute allotment allows for, we may decide to shorten the individual speaker time limit and or extend the total amount of time for public comments to accommodate more speakers. This will be decided based on the number of comment cards received. Superintendent Noguchi.
Wonderful. Thank you, President Irvin. First off, welcome everyone, and thank you for coming out and showing an interest in our board meeting tonight. I recognize that there are a lot of people standing up in the back. Usually after our recognition section, there will be a number of seats that will be freed up, so you'll have the opportunity to be able to come in and sit down in just a bit, or there's also an overflow room across the street that also has an opportunity to still engage with the board meeting and have a place to sit. So just wanted to put that out there. We obviously have a full board meeting tonight, so I will keep my comments very brief. First, I want to say thank you again for a tremendous year here in Modesto City, for all of our teachers and staff. For those of you who are in your first week of break, congratulations, enjoy your time off. It's time to rest and rejuvenate. But I also want to say a big thank you to the folks that still work to create the conditions for our kids over the summer, and also maintenance operations, construction, and everything that's going on. Summertime is a very busy time of the year. This year we have roughly 4,000 students in summer school, so I want to thank those individuals that are supporting our kids. We are very fortunate to have a dedicated staff and teachers here in Modesto City. I want to first start out by welcoming our new SELPA director. That's a special education director. While she's not in the audience tonight, I do want to acknowledge Kristen Panu, who will be our next director of SELPA. She's not a new leader to Modesto City. She actually has been with Modesto City since 2017. She started as a successful vice principal at Overall Right, and then moved into a principalship at Burbank, and she's been in the after-school programs this last year or so. She's done a fantastic job, so we welcome her in that leadership role. She comes to us with a wealth of knowledge, actually coming from Manteca and working in Sylvan as well. But in Manteca, she was a special education teacher, both in the resource position at Manteca High and also as a special day educator at Sierra High School as well, so we welcome her. Next, I see two groups of folks that I want to acknowledge, and I know we are going to have a recognition for you all, but you both are an important part of Modesto City. First is our substitute teachers. You know, we cannot do the work that we do if we don't have the opportunities for teachers to be out of the classrooms and still maintain a high-quality learning environment. So I want to say thank you to the substitutes, not only teachers, but custodial staff, front office staff. You help us be the district that we are. So thank you. You are definitely essential. Next, I want to acknowledge our Classified Leadership Academy. This is the first time we're going to be recognizing this set of leaders. We started 2 years ago, a leadership academy for our classified, and I'm very proud to say that this has been a successful academy. And thank you for coming out today, and thank you for your dedication and your extra time in your role in taking those courses as well. I always say at the beginning and middle of each year, leadership matters, and without leadership, we can't do what we do. Leadership matters, and your leadership matters, so thank you. You truly are a role model for CSEA members that are coming behind you as well, so thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to President Irvin. Thank you.
Yes, recognitions, Ms. Sharakina Shams.
Thank you. Good evening, President Irvin, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Noguchi, and fellow members of Cabinet, as well as our Modesto City Schools classified and certificated staff and members of the community who are here as well. It's so great to see such a big crowd at any time, but especially during a time when the schools are on summer break. So thank you, everybody, for being here. As Dr. Noguchi mentioned, we have two very special recognitions for you tonight. And the first one highlights the dedicated service of our certificated and classified substitute employees. For that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jessie Campbell, who is Senior Director of Human Resources. Hi, subs.
Good evening. Thank you, Board of Trustees, Dr. Noguchi, Cabinet, and all of our subs here today. Okay, if I turn this thing around. Okay. You don't be the first one to break the podium as the first person up here. So we're gathered here tonight, and I'm excited to recognize our classified and certificated substitutes who have been identified as top performers. To be identified as a top performer, you need to be able to work over 80% of the total school year, and everyone here tonight has done that. In fact, we had over almost 90 individuals do that this year to date. So even in a post-COVID world, we assume that like no one's sick anymore. And I can't tell you that we need subs as much today as we ever have. Every day students learn, they're fed. They receive support because of our substitutes. Campuses are clean. Customer service is provided in our offices. And students are supervised on the playground because of our substitutes. Modesto City Schools is better because of our substitutes. Tonight we want to recognize you for that. This year we had a 99.8% fill rate. That is, it's never been done before, as far as I know. And if it has been done before, it was before I was here, so it doesn't exist, so we're saying it was historic tonight. If any of you out there think, wow, subs seem pretty important, give it a shot. You can call us in Human Resources starting tomorrow, and maybe this time next year, you'll be a top performer with us as well. So that being said, I want to identify kind of how it's going to go tonight. First off, individuals being recognized will receive a certificate and a Starbucks gift card. You'll be kind of cued over here to come up and navigate your way through the crowd. And then once I call your name, we'll have a couple dignitaries up here that will provide you your certificate and shake your hand. And then if you can exit out this door, we'll have some refreshments. We'll have a picture opportunity out there as well shortly after. And then friends and family, I know you're kind of scattered throughout the crowd. Once we have the last person go through, I'll identify that, and then if you would like, you are welcome to stay for the board meeting. But if not, you can get up and we'll have our refreshments and photo opportunity. Last item, just if you can do me a favor, we're gonna read about 25, 27 names this evening. And if you could hold your applause till the end, just so everyone can hear their names. It's sad when someone comes up to be recognized and no one heard who they were. So once again, I wanna thank you for your commitment to Modesto City Schools, and we will get this thing started. Perfect. No? Shove it forward. All right. Gerardo Ramos. Oh, already broke the rules. Already broke the rules. Every year. Tamara Mercer. Thank you. Yolanda Iniguez. Ryan Tapley. Jasmine Luckert. Bernadette Ansey. James Montesano. Lizbeth Trujillo. John Gehring. Tiffany Nguyen. Viviana Angulo. Justin Wilkins. Deanna Birch. Jessica Bolter. Cynthia Castellanos. Jonathan Toscano. Alan Miller. James Malone. Fatima Mosqueda. Melitone Talblano. Torivo Sarabia. Melissa Stevens. Armando Duran. Graciela Chipras. Okay, although many of you broke the rules, let's all now give them a big. For your commitment, and at this time, friends and family, if you'd like to join us outside for a quick reception, feel free, and we'll have a brief photo opportunity. Thank you guys again.
Thank you so much, Jesse Campbell. The substitutes are an important part of our MCS family. Next up, everybody, we have another special recognition of another group of employees, and this is the Classified Leadership Academy. They're all here on the right side of our room. To tell you more about that and to introduce those recognitions tonight are Daniel Nago, Classified Staff Professional Development Coordinator, and Tanya Jimenez, Classified Staff Professional Development Trainer. Come on up, Daniel and Tanya.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Daniel Nago, Classified Professional Development Coordinator from our Curriculum, Instruction, and Professional Development Department. It is with pleasure to introduce the Classified Leadership Academy, also known as CLA, established this year. This initiative is a testament to our commitment to fostering leadership, professional growth among classified staff. We received an overwhelming response with over 60 individuals applying for the academy. After a rigorous selection process, we welcomed 30 classified CSEA members and 6 classified managers into the inaugural cohort. The Classified Leadership Academy was designed to empower our classified staff by providing them with skills and knowledge necessary to enhance their leadership capabilities. Throughout the 23-24 academic school year, our participants engaged in a series of sessions that focused on various aspects of leadership and professional development. Throughout the year, participants engaged with a variety of leadership literature, including Strengths-Based Leadership, Who Moved My Cheese, The Time for Change, and True North. These books provided a foundation for understanding leadership principles and was also supplemented with practical exercises and discussions to apply these concepts. Each session also included time to reflect and completed homework assignments, allowing participants to share insights, challenges, and learning experiences with the group. As one of our participants shared, Classified Leadership Academy is an immersive and interactive experience that opens our perspective to diversity within our district. Classified Leadership Academy not only helps you grow in leadership, but through it, you help a whole cohort of leadership scholars in their journey as well, just as they do for you. Classified Leadership Academy guides a person to finding and fostering their inner leader. As we reflect on this inaugural year, we celebrate the dedication and the growth of our participants. And tonight, I will invite Tanya Jimenez, our Classified Professional Development Coach and co-presenter to the Classified Leadership Academy, to read the names of those who completed the 23-24 Classified Leadership Academy. Thank you, and thank you for your attention this evening.
Adilene Rumbo Rivera. Aida Brown. Alejandra Navarro. Alexandra Hancock. Brandon Perez. Cynthia Fox. Daniel Kennedy. Daryl Stovall. David Guzman. Guadalupe Magaña. Edith Fawn Peterson. Gabriel Vega. Krista Battles. Josh Pohl. Miguel Asensio III. Solange Rocha. Stephen Gillenwater. Miranda Dew. Monique Fernandez. Brian Peña. Rosemary Willett. Selena Flores. Sandra Andrews. Valerie Gill. Zenaida Espinosa. These individuals could not be present today. However, we would like to recognize them by mentioning their names. And that is Jennifer Gill, Patty Munoz, Margarita Rubio, Jeremy Cole, Janelli Ramirez, Brenda Martinez, and Dawn Ward. Classified Leadership Academy recognition.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Classified Leadership Academy, as well as our subs, and thank you, board trustees, as well.
Okay, that brings us to our Board of Education member reports. Any reports? Trustee Brown.
Well, this time of year, it's a celebration and congratulations all the way around. A lot of exciting things happening within the district the last couple of weeks. And without going into too much detail, I'll just say 1 ribbon cutting, 4 groundbreakings, and 4 graduations. And what wonderful experiences each one of those have been. But I would want to just highlight one of those graduations, and that was the adult education graduation that happened Friday night after everyone else had been through their graduation ceremony. We graduated a class that was more than double last year's record number. Over 200, I believe it was 230 students that graduated, and these were folks that came back later to make sure that they were able to finish. And some of them had as many wrinkles on their face as I do. So it's really a great accomplishment to see someone who has put forth that extra effort to come back and recognize how important it is to be a graduate of high school, and what great examples they are to their family and the rest of the community. So congratulations to that group of graduates. Thank you.
Trustee Marks.
Thank you, President Irvin. I also went to many ribbon cuttings and didn't make it to the groundbreaking because I was ill, but that happens sometimes. Got to go to a reclassification celebration at Modesto High. That was really special to see all the families coming together and celebrating and taking photos, and that was really special. Also did delegate assembly up in Sacramento, and we talked about with other board members from around the state on mental health in our schools and how that's affecting our students, and then also late start concerns. So that was kind of the main topics that we went through. And we also did, it was a good meeting, and I got to meet the new delegates. We have a new delegate in Stanislaus County from Ceres. And then I got to do 3 graduations. Elliott, I just wanted to say one thing about Elliott. I thought it was really amazing because so many of the students that graduated from Elliott, which was, it was a large number, 300, it was 300 and something. It was a huge number of students, and they received dual credit at MJC. So not only did they get their high school diploma, but they also, many of them accomplished 12 units at MJC already. So when they go next year, they've already completed 12 units. So that was really exciting. And then lastly, well, I went to the Budget Advisory Committee. We'll hear more about that tonight. And then Parents Leading Change, which used to be Dr. Parker Committee, had a culinary family event right here in this room with all these tables set up where you got to build your own food and learn. And so the chef, it was Chef D, who works in nutrition department, and she put on the most amazing program for families with little tiny guys, 6 years old, 4 years old, came all the way up to high school students. And we got to build chicken salad sandwiches. And then we actually whipped cream. So if you've ever whipped cream by hand, you know, you just put it on the blender thing. It doesn't take very long, but we all whipped cream by hand. It took us a while, but it was really fun. And the kids were like cheering because they finally got it to set, you know, and get firm. And she taught us a bunch of nutrition facts and helped us all. So it was a really special night with the families, and I was so grateful that we could participate together and do something together as families. So thank you.
Trustee Mejia.
Also, for the sake of time, I'm gonna ditto Chad Brown. I was at a lot of the groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings and graduations, and I just want to congratulate all the families because I know a student graduates, but the whole family graduates because it's a team effort. So I just want to congratulate everyone that was out there. So just many happy families and many great goals and dreams coming forward. So I just want to say thank you, and it was a really busy reclassifications and all this, but I just wanted to be summarized for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Maestas.
Thank you. Yeah, same thing. I went to graduations, budget advisory. The only one addition was I was able to attend the MCS retirement dinner that we had, and it was great. Amazing seeing the joy, the joy on the teachers. I believe they were all teachers' faces while they were getting ready to retire. That's got to be a great feeling. And I got to give both my boys is their kindergarten teacher. It was retiring this year, so I got to give her award in remembrance. So it was great. Congratulations on retirement to all those teachers, and look forward to what they get to do in the future. That's it.
Okay, myself, I'd just like to ditto several of those graduations, Downey, Elliott, and Roosevelt. And it's always great to see stands full in the stands, other than a sporting event. And seeing the looks on parents' face, family members as their loved ones walk across the stage there. And truly a blessing for those of Elliott who have met challenges on their road to, during high school. And so for them to accomplish their goals, it was definitely a blessing to see. Also, the groundbreakings and the ribbon cuttings just show that we are updating our facilities with our wonderful maintenance and operations teams, and we're bringing Modesto City Schools into the 21st century at building state-of-the-art facilities for our students and teachers to be in those safe, quiet facilities to be able to teach and learn and grow. So it's always really good to see those bond money at work. So thank our community for passing those bond measures. And that's it for me. Okay, we move to approval of consent agenda. Are there any comments regarding consent agenda items? Do I hear a motion to approve the
I move
consent?
approval.
I second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. A9, approval of order of discussion items. Do I hear a motion to approve the order of discussion items? Been properly moved by Trustee Mejia and second by Trustee Lopez. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We're at the 8:10 period for public presentation, Board Bylaw 9322B. This takes us to the period for public presentation. Thank you for attending tonight's meeting, showing interest in our schools. Looks like I only have one public presentation card that meets the criteria for a public presentation. The others are on the agenda, so they're not allowed for a public presentation, period. I have one card. One card tonight. I ask each speaker to come to the podium and address the board. You'll each have 3 minutes to speak. An additional minute will be added on for anyone using translation services. Jennifer Fortune.
On Monday, May 13th, I spoke with my son's counselor regarding concerns I had about continued bullying and gang activity at school. This was not my first call. I was told the two options I had were to transfer my son to another school or put him on independent study. When I asked why the solution was to remove my son instead of dealing with the offenders, I was told that was all she could offer and I would need to speak with Mr. Harold, the head of supervision. She offered to email him, asking that he call me about my concerns. I never heard back from anyone. Just 5 days later, on Friday, May 17th at 3:44, exactly 15 minutes after school got out, my son entered Creekwood Park on his way home, where he was immediately met by another student and several Norteño gang members. My son was punched one time so hard that he was knocked unconscious. The assailant and his group then walked away, leaving my son laying in the park alone, unconscious and bleeding, with a broken collarbone until the next group of students walking home stopped to help. This is not the first time this student has been physically violent. In fact, he had just returned from a suspension after a fight and has a lengthy history at other schools in the area. Although the school was aware of the assault on Friday, no one from supervision reached out until Monday. I'm glad they got to go home and start their weekend while my son and I were transported by ambulance to the emergency room where we spent the evening. My son is not the first Johansson student or alumni to be met with violence at Creekwood Park. Tyler Crippen was murdered in the park not long after his graduation from Johansson. And Henry Moniz was a freshman at Johansson when he was shot in the park after playing basketball with friends after school. Taken directly from the school district's website, it states the district values the working partnership between staff, parents, and the community, and strives to ensure that concerns are addressed as quickly and effectively as possible. Furthermore, it's normally desirable for conflicts or complaints to be resolved on an informal basis through direct discussion among the interested parties or with the help of administrators, counselors, and/or community personnel. The district therefore strongly encourages an open dialogue and collaboration to resolve concerns as they arise at the lowest level through informal processes at the school site or department where the concern initiated. We understand, however, that there are occasions when best efforts do not always resolve concerns. Some circumstances may require a formal process. Johansson High School and Modesto City Schools have failed to protect my son. I've made several attempts to reach out to officials regarding both before and after this assault. Thus far, they have shown a complete and utter lack of response or concern for the situation at every level. So my question to the board is, are you ready to have an open dialogue and collaboration that you say you encourage, or is this just a superficial statement that looks good on a website? Because as it stands today, you're forcing my hand to make this situation much more formal, public, and legal.
Again, although we cannot engage in discussion or take formal action on items not on the agenda, we thank you for following the protocol and addressing the board, and for taking the time to share your views with us this evening. B1, Modesto Teachers Association report.
Good evening, Board President Irving, trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, and Cabinet, Modesto community members supporting public education. Thank you for showing up this evening. It's appreciated. My name is Chris Peterson, President, Modesto Teachers Association. On behalf of our 1,700 certificated employees, I'm here to support ratification of the tentative agreement before the board this evening. The process started a very long time ago, matter of fact, over a year, April 2023, when both sides sunshined their initial proposals. January 24, impasse was declared with differences between the positions for hours of employment and salary. We held 3 meetings with the state mediator and ultimately reached a settlement last month. MTA held a general membership meeting last Thursday, May 16th, and held our contract ratification vote. I'm pleased to report to this board, MTA members passed that tentative agreement with 82.4%. Typically, the MCS board votes prior to MTA to ensure higher rates of participation. We voted before the end of the school year. It is now the board's turn to complete this process. 7 articles are updated in this tentative agreement. Agreement, I know that's ironic. Hours of employment, class size, salary, health and welfare, transfer, BITSA turning into induction. It was a lot of work with a lot of language that's changed dramatically. With the bargaining cycle that lasted over a year, with multiple moving parts culminating in that final document. This is by no means a complete list, but highlights that mean a lot to our membership. A 2-year agreement. How many times can we say that in MCS? 23-24 and 24-25. Class size reduction. Class size reduction for most grade stands, K to 12. Prior to these adjustments, most of these class sizes were stuck at the Great Recession levels of 2008 and 9. That's tremendous. Updates in PLC language, site leadership teams, increase in CLT blocks of instruction up to 39 for computer literacy teachers. The creation of prep time for preschool special education teachers. Prior to meeting with SPED teachers last year, I wasn't even aware that they didn't have prep. The salary increase, of course, is heavy on everyone's mind of 7.25 beginning the 23-24 school year. But we also addressed ECE, early childhood education, by changing the way their salary schedule works, including longevity steps that used to be paid in stipend form, which would then not impact their retirement. Health and welfare increases for insurance coverages. As you're aware, an MOU was signed with had an additional $100 added monthly in January 2024. Well, for January 25, an additional $150 will be added. 6 years ago, MCS, when you looked at our comparable districts and our insurance rates, we were in the bottom quintile in Stanislaus County. Currently, we're 8th after this 100 increase in January. January 25, we could potentially move into 3rd, pending future settlements. 3rd in the county. Transfer language. New language providing guardrails and documentation requirements for administrative transfers. And then, of course, BITSA. Updating the language for induction along with the changes with state law. I understand your homework was dense. As trustees, you usually don't get that many articles and that much stuff to read. But we do believe there are victories for both sides, empowering MCS to attract, recruit, and retain quality employees moving forward. I'd like to thank Associate Soup Mike Henderson and the district team for that long process, and recognize MTA Negotiation Chair Mike Donaward and the MTA Negotiations Committee for a job well done. Everyone's collective efforts to finalize this agreement. MTA advocates and recommends the Board of Trustees vote yes on this tentative agreement. Thank you.
B2, California School Employees Association. And thank you for that report.
President Irvin, can you speak to the car, the
yes.
text message I sent you?
Before we get to B2, a black Honda Passport license 9er C Charlie Lima Roger 375 R375 is blocking parking lot driveway. That is Honda, black Honda Passport 9CLR375. Oh, you go? Okay. Let us know if it's still there. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. B2, California School Employees Association.
Thank you, members of the school board, trustees, cabinet, President Irwin, and Dr. Noguchi. I feel like I'm representing 3 different groups today. I've got my ID as a Modesto City Schools employee, and I've got my shirt with my Classified Leadership Academy membership, and then I've got my other shirt over there that I had to switch, representing CSEA. I'm Fawn Peterson, president of the Modesto 007 chapter, and a thrilled member of the Classified Leadership Academy. I learned a lot. I appreciated that opportunity. I think Modesto City Schools would be well advised to continue to offer that option and maybe even expand it for additional members of the classified school employees. Tonight, I told you I was going to do this, and we're getting it done. I wanted to introduce you to another member of our e-board. Armando Arvizo is our second VP. He works in the IETS department, and he's going to share a little bit about himself tonight.
Good evening, Board President Irvin, Superintendent Dr. Noguchi, trustees, cabinet. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Armando Arvizo. I'm the second vice president and executive board member of the California School Employee Association, Modesto Chapter 007. I've been working for Modesto City Schools for 6 years as a member of the IETS division, where I currently serve the EdTech department. I'm a lifetime resident of Modesto and a proud MCS graduate from the class of '95 at Johansen High School. In my role on the executive board, I'm responsible for overseeing the chapter's constitution and bylaws. This involves updating and maintaining the current constitution and ensuring it aligns with the needs of our chapter and its membership. Our constitution and bylaws are essential for guiding our chapter's operations and ensuring we effectively support our members. By regularly evaluating these documents, we strive to create a fair, transparent, and responsive organization that meets the evolving needs of our members. In the post-COVID environment, it has become important to adapt to better serve our members, addressing the new challenges and opportunities that have emerged. I, as well as the other members of our executive board, are committed to upholding the values of our chapter and working collaboratively with all stakeholders to foster a positive environment. We look forward to working closely with the leadership at Modesto City Schools to support our shared goals for the benefit of the entire school community. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself and share a bit about my role. I'm excited about the prospect of our continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. So it takes us to B3, approval of 8th grade health curriculum adoption for 2024-2025. Our speaker is Dr. Sarah Olson.
Good evening. Good evening, Board President Irvin, trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, cabinet, and members of the public. This evening, I will be presenting on the approval of the 8th grade health curriculum adoption. The process that I will discuss tonight will be centered on our MCS vision, ensuring that every student graduates with the skills, knowledge, and character traits essential to thrive and contribute in society. By providing comprehensive health instruction for students at this age, we can help to deepen the level at which students do thrive and contribute to society. Tonight, I will review a timeline of the curriculum review process, review the curriculum recommendation for approval for the 24-25 school year in the area of 8th grade health, address public concerns since the May 18th board meeting, and outline curriculum delivery and next steps in the process. This presentation aligns with District Goal 1, increase academic achievement and ensure equitable access to enable all students to attain college and career readiness. Following the board policy and administrative regulation 6161.1, over the last few months, a teacher committee of health educators met to review publisher options and make recommendations. A public preview of the recommendation was open beginning April 1st and was extended through May 20th. I would like to briefly go over in a little more detail the timeline that we followed for this curriculum recommendation. We determined that there was a need to evaluate health education at the junior high level. 3 curriculum options were identified for review. All options were reviewed using the California Healthy Youth Act Compliance Assessment Tool. A health curriculum team also met to review and evaluate the 3 curriculum options. The team's recommendation was presented to the board for adoption at the May 13th board meeting. The team made their recommendations based on the adherence to the California Healthy Youth Act, the thoroughness of the curriculum, parent communication options, lesson components, clarity of lesson planning for teachers, and resources for inclusivity. The recommendation is to move forward with Teen Talk Middle School. This text is published by Health Connected and is the 2023 print edition. This edition is available through both print and digital platforms. I would like to take a moment to provide some additional reminders regarding health instruction. Parents do have the discretion to opt out of having their child participate in health education. Per the California Healthy Youth Act, parents will be notified about instruction in comprehensive sexual health education and HIV prevention education at the beginning of the school year or upon enrollment if a student is enrolled after the start of the school year. Parents or guardians have the rights to excuse their child from all or part of comprehensive sexual health education, and the request must be stated in writing. Students will be given an alternate assignment during those periods and will not be penalized. Public concerns raised since the May 13th board meeting have been focused on the following content within the recommended curriculum: gender identity instruction and condom dental dam demonstration. The purpose of the California Healthy Youth Act is to provide every student with the knowledge and skills necessary to protect their sexual and reproductive health from unintended pregnancy, human immunodeficiency virus, and sexually transmitted infections. The California Healthy Youth Act requires the following areas to be covered during health instruction. The law prohibits active consent for any part of comprehensive sexual health education of HIV prevention education. Passive, not active, parent-guardian notification is required for comprehensive sexual health education and HIV prevention education, either at the beginning of the school year or at least 14 days prior to instruction. Comprehensive sexual health and HIV prevention education are both mandated instruction and shall occur once in middle school and once in high school. The Education Code defines comprehensive sexual health education as education regarding human development and sexuality, including education on pregnancy, contraception, and STIs, and HIV prevention as instruction on the nature of HIV and acquired immune deficiency syndrome, methods of transmission, strategies to reduce the risk of HIV infection, and social and public health issues related to HIV and AIDS. Abstinence may not be discussed in isolation. The Education Code requires that instruction and materials include information that abstinence is the only certain way to prevent HIV, other STIs, and unintended pregnancy. However, it also states instruction shall provide information about the value of delaying sexual activity while also providing medically accurate information on other methods of preventing HIV and other STIs and pregnancy. Abstinence only or sexual risk avoidance education, which offers abstinence as the only option for preventing STIs and unintended pregnancy, is not permitted in California public schools or charter schools. For clarification, this does not require demonstrations of condom use, a concern noted on the previous slide. Even though the recommended curriculum includes this topic, we are not required to present the specific information. The instruction shall affirmatively recognize that people have different sexual orientations and, when discussing or providing examples of relationships and couples, must be inclusive of same-sex relationships. It must also teach students about gender, gender expression, and gender identity, and explore the harm of negative gender stereotypes. This means that schools must teach about all sexual orientations and what being lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning means. All instruction and materials must support and align with the purposes of the California Healthy Youth Act and with each other. Instruction and materials may not be in conflict with or undermine each other in any purposes of the law. For example, schools may not use materials that in promoting abstinence focus exclusively on the failure rates or perceived disadvantages of condoms or contraception. Our goal is to have school nurses involved in the presentation of lessons and be a part of the education of students in this area. There is not a student textbook for the recommended curriculum. Students will receive printed handouts for each lesson. This flexibility allows for us to adjust what we present to students. Next steps in the approval process will be working with the school sites to schedule the 12 lessons. Training for teachers on the health curriculum will be scheduled, and the training will be provided by the publisher of the curriculum. As part of this adoption, students enrolled in this course will receive printed materials that are handouts. There is not a printed textbook for students. The recommendation for this adoption is a 3-year contract with a fiscal impact of approximately $20,000. The approximate cost is based on projected enrollment numbers. President Irvin, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you for your report. Are there any comments from the public on this agenda item? Can I please see a show of hands of those interested in speaking on this agenda item? So with about 20 people, and with that being said, we're gonna allow those 20 folks, but it'll be at 20 minutes. So that would take us to a 40-minute allotted time. 2 minutes, I'm sorry. And it's only 7. It's 2 minutes per speaker. And so we'll go over the allotted time of 30 minutes that's usually given. So, but 2 minutes per speaker. With that being said, if you can make your way to the podium one at a time, and we have our first speaker up. That's you.
All right. Good evening. My name is Dr. Margaret Howe. I'm an OB-GYN in the community, and I have 2 children who go to Modesto City Schools. As an OB-GYN and a physician, I'm here in strong support of approval of the new 8th grade health curriculum Team Talk. As a physician, I see many of our patients and many of our children that eventually grow up and come and see me. Over the past 10 years of practicing, I have seen that a lot of my patients are not well educated on basic anatomy, self-health education, STD prevention in all of our patients and in our gender diverse patients. This new curriculum would be a wonderful way to start to help educate our patients. We do unfortunately have a lot of STDs here in our community. They are present, and our children need to know how to prevent them. In addition, if our patients want to know how to prevent pregnancy, it's important that they get accurate information and not get their information from Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook. Please let our schools be one place where they can get accurate information, and please help me take care of my patients. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicole, and I oppose Teen Talk as written for several reasons, including but not limited to: number 1, this advanced curriculum introduces sexual acts in detail and is not age appropriate. Participating in condom relay games is embarrassing, and how to use a dental dam for vulva and/or anal oral sex is preposterous and offensive. It violates the rights of parents, students, and teachers if it goes against their Christ-centered values. They say parents have the right to opt out. What happens when the system fails or teachers or permission slips lack transparency? They trust children to be responsible to give permission slips to parents and be responsible to turn them in. But if no action is taken, they assume a parent consents. If they believe in the system that is created, rather than asking parents to opt out, why don't they require permission slips to opt in for this advanced curriculum and have them go to a different classroom for this alternative sex ed? Many students have endured abuse, and this can potentially trigger them and do more harm than good. Educators need to foster a safe learning environment for all students academically and emotionally. Have you considered how uncomfortable this may make a student feel? A student who suffered sexual abuse may feel further violated and traumatized by this advanced curriculum and may not have another adult to turn to. I know their parent can opt out, but what if that parent is the abuser or isn't emotionally available and they're working up the courage to tell their teacher, and then this advanced curriculum is introduced, trust is broken, and they are further traumatized? As a victim of sexual abuse for 8 years, this deeply disturbs me. Finally, last month, you discussed building improvements, and Mr. Brown said there's a lack of equity for all students and asked the public to help give kids a safe place to eat lunch and be able to eat it at an appropriate time, lunchtime. Trustees, if this is how you feel about food, please consider the overall nourishment to the mind and the emotions of the children, and let's have equity for the classroom, keeping them safe, and let parents discuss it when they deem the appropriate time. God bless you.
Good evening. I'm Joni Greep. I'm here tonight as a parent of an MCS student, and I reviewed the curriculum thoroughly and emailed you all individually my concerns regarding the confusing language and heavy emphasis on gender ideologies that this curriculum teaches our children. It may check all the boxes required by CHIA, but it also goes many steps too far. I have an in-depth understanding of the requirements of the California Healthy Youth Act and what must be included in comprehensive sex ed curriculum, and I also understand your role in this decision-making process. If I was in your seat and I only had the Cliff Notes for Teen Talk, I would probably give it my vote of approval. It talks about a strong SEL focus, and it claims that inclusion is the foundation of the curriculum. But I did not settle for the Cliff's Notes. I read every page, and I have grave concerns about the ambiguous, open for interpretation language, the disregard for biological relevance and reality, the pervasive undercurrent of an ideological framework it is built upon. This material is offensive, potentially traumatizing and triggering, and is full of ideological opinions that are not separated from scientific facts. What is most concerning to me is that this curriculum is indoctrination disguised as inclusion. Inclusion means all means all, that every student is respected, valued, and included regardless of their background, their race, their religion, their sex, or their identity. It is not equitable or fair to the diverse population of students you serve to present this curriculum to them. It's obvious that Teen Talk is not only dismissive of those who hold contrary views to the current state-imposed gender and sexuality agenda, its intent is to indoctrinate our students to fall in line with these state beliefs. This pedagogical ideology regarding sexuality does not belong in our classrooms. The section titled Gender and Sexuality Galaxies claims that language is evolving and that each person's gender galaxy will look different, and that may sound harmless to many of you, but it goes on to teach our children that sex and gender are whatever you say it are, and it gives them instructions on how to socially, medically, and legally transition. It teaches our children to question their biological makeup, to ask themselves if they're gay or trans. It teaches them that biological reality is meaningless, that they're not boys and girls, they're not male or female, they're bodies with a penis and bodies with a vagina. There are other curriculums out there. You have other options that are in line with the state requirements, and I'm asking for your no vote. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Martin, and I'm a licensed therapist in our community. I'm a strong supporter of sex education, both at home and at school. And I applaud the school board for wanting to protect our students and give them the tools to do so. For those familiar with trauma, you know that this proposed curriculum, in which classroom staff asks students to place a condom properly on the model of an erect penis, insert a condom into a vagina or anus, and apply a dental dam to the vulva or anus for oral sex, could easily become a traumatic trigger for any survivor of sexual abuse. A client of mine was forced to play the popsicle game, A trusted adult friend taught this 9-year-old to use their mouth to stimulate his penis to orgasm and then swallow ejaculate as the popsicle melted in their mouth. Imagine what this student, your student, might be feeling despite permission to opt out when trusted school staff hand out a condom and a model of an erect penis in a class for a relay game. For those who have experienced unwanted intercourse, oral sex, or sodomy, this part of the curriculum will be devastating. Not to mention the trauma to students who are not yet sexually active and have not been sexually abused. How do you propose to protect my teen clients from further traumatization? Let us not forget the difference between providing information versus applying it so realistically that it exposes our students to actual harm. These so-called educational games ask our most vulnerable students to handle a replica of the very weapon used in their abuse and are told it is in the name of safe sex. There is a better curriculum out there, and our youth are counting on you to find it.
Hi, all. So I just came from Monterey today, and you know, I'm pretty passionate about this on multiple levels. One, you guys know I just retired from being 30 years as a teacher. I started in the Bay Area in a middle school. My very first year, I had a 7th grade student who became pregnant. Both my sisters became pregnant before they turned 18. I'm the very, very, very proud father of a transgender daughter. My daughter in infancy required multiple surgeries in infancy. And there's a lot of people here sitting in the audience who literally want to deny the existence of my daughter. That's right. Literally. And their discomfort, and I am a very faith-based person. Actually, over in Monterey today, I got in a conversation with a poet, and we ended up talking faith for literally an hour, sitting on a bench in Monterey this morning. I won't have anybody, say that their faith trumps mine. This, if we have this many, you guys know at high school, I've had multiple students become pregnant. If I've had multiple students becoming pregnant, how many have gotten STDs, STIs? We can't, I understand that some people are not comfortable with this. They can opt out. We can do permission slips. We can do this, okay? We can be respectful. I'm a teacher, I am respectful, well, I was. Maybe I'll substitute again, who knows? Did it for a hot minute. But I think, guys, we've gotta be able to get past the discomfort and deal with this reality of what these kids are seeing. They're seeing so much online and everything else, and we cannot allow a group who is uncomfortable with the reality of gender, of sexuality. This is nothing new. We know this. We're grown-ups. We know this. Okay, so we have to base our education on what we know.
Next.
Good evening, my name is Dwayne Heinrich. I'm concerned that Teen Talk curriculum violates community standards pertaining to morality and crosses a line of wholesome sex education in a deviant and lewd content in certain chapters, explaining how dental dams are used for oral sex on a vulva or anus is one example. I will read you the exact words. Demonstrate how a dental dam can be held in place for oral sex. Use the plastic vulva pelvic model, and the dental dam. Explain that this barrier method should be used during oral sex. Point out that since they are oral sex, some dental dams have color, scent, and flavor added. Teen Talk curriculum goes beyond the state's requirements as cited in the Education Code 51933, and it leads the youth in our community to a harmful place where their developing minds are incapable of processing sexuality in a healthy and thoughtful way. And if you were to do a survey in front of a grocery store throughout the neighborhood tomorrow, you would learn that parents were not successfully informed or given adequate opportunity to review this material. This infringement on parental rights is extremely inappropriate. Outside of God-given ordained marriage, I would suggest that some of this curriculum borders on pornography. I ask you to vote no in adopting this curriculum. I recommend that you expand the curriculum committee to make it represent our community and present a more appropriate sex education curriculum for youth in Modesto.
Hi, my name's Caitlin Glarno. I didn't plan on coming here tonight to speak, but just to support Teen Talk. But I've been triggered because I am a sexual assault victim, and I was the age that these children will be learning this curriculum. And as a parent of 4, 3 in Modesto City Schools and a future one, I wish this curriculum was being taught when I was being sexually assaulted. Maybe I would have been able to report it sooner. Maybe I would have been able to protect myself. Maybe I would have had questions and had things answered. But I'm sure the people here who are bringing religion and Christianity into it will make sure to apologize to me for triggering me. One thing I've noticed is that none of them have stated that they're actual parents of Modesto City Schools students. How dare they get to speak for us parents and for our children's future when they've had their chance? It is our responsibility as parents to know what our children are doing into school, and for you to use an excuse that you can't sign a permission slip or that things get lost sure sounds like you just don't know how to parent. There has been plenty of conversation in here. You've had doctors speak. They've let you know all the information and what we can opt out of. Just because something is in the recommended curriculum about condoms, and then that's your reasoning for saying, no, let's not support this. Again, it didn't say it's mandatory. And I know that I sure in the hell would have loved to know how to put a condom on when I was being sexually assaulted. I would just like this board to really consider who's speaking and who this does affect, because they're all speaking in hypotheticals. And as somebody who is a sexual assault victim and is a current parent to Modesto City School students, this is the curriculum I'd like my children to learn.
I am completely opposed to this curriculum. I have a student that's going to be in 8th grade this year, and I think this is well on the lines of perversion and teaching our kids to put it on and utilize it. I think that my son is way too young. I can't even imagine you guys giving this information. It is wrong, and you know what? And parents need to be the ones to teach their children this. And I'm sorry for the lady who was harmed as a child, but I think that it would do more damage to people who have been sexually assaulted as children than it would if they didn't go. I mean, this class is going to do more harm to them. And then also, more of the children are heterosexual. Why can't we take out the ones who I mean, I don't know how to do this the correct way, but what I do know, is my 8th grader is not ready to hear this stuff. He is not ready to have sex. And it's just ludicrous that you guys would even bring this curriculum to these young children.
My name is Ryan LaChapelle. I'm a clinical microbiologist. I was involved in the early HIV/AIDS issue. And I'll tell you right now, I feel in the most part, those issues are a red herring. I'm also a grandfather of a granddaughter who is horribly abused, who the abuser then committed suicide. She was 5 years old during the abuse. She is now in 8th grade. We are still dealing with it with her. She's had countless hours of counseling and everything. I am a realist. We do need to teach about sexually transmitted diseases and pregnancy. It can be devastating. However, you've got to do it with parental concerns weighed in. Realize parental feelings about this public school system has been markedly eroded. Parents do not trust the public system like they once did. And those with the capability are opting to take their children to other arenas of education. Are we going to have two standards? The public school child comes out and is not adequate in math and science and all those issues, and then the private student is doing well, is out competing, and then the blame will be, it must be discrimination or it must be privilege, when it's the school system that is failing. Do it in concert. Yes, we need to do it, but do it in concert with the parents.
Hello, my name is Matt Napier. I have 2 children in Modesto School District. Thank you for listening to all of our concerns. I come from a broken home. My mother was not a teen mom, but I had a highly abusive father, and he left when I was 10. My mother, sister, and I struggled financially, emotionally, and spiritually. I started work when I was 11 years old. I'd get up at 5:30 in the morning and would work till 7:30. I can empathize with what young teen mothers could be facing. Also during that time, I was sexually assaulted. And my father did not want to be a father anymore, and he had left. My mother was working, and I was working. And I want people to consider that I'm sure there are many loving parents here, but not every household has a parent that is either willing or able to make room for this, especially with what happened to me. I didn't even know how to approach my mother or my father about it, and I still suffer the emotional scars of it today. And they both died never knowing what I've been going through because I was too ashamed to tell them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tony Rojas, and me and my wife are youth pastors here in the city. Each week, we guide teens in understanding their true identity in Jesus Christ and help them navigate life's challenges. Additionally, we are parents of 3 young boys, and we are deeply committed to protecting them from teachings and indoctrinations that could harm their developmental. I'm here to express my concerns for Teen Talk. Firstly, while intersectionality aims to highlight various identities, it risks fostering division and confusion among young minds. Emphasizing privileges and disadvantages based on identity groups can instill a mindset of victimhood rather than unity. Teens are in a critical stage of forming their identities at such a complex socio-political theories can be overwhelming. Understanding one's true identity is crucial for personal development. For many in our community, their identity is rooted in our faith in Christ. The Bible teaches us that we are created in the image of God and our value is intrinsic and equal. Their spiritual foundation fosters confidence and resilience, helping teens navigate life with hope and integrity. Secondly, the explicit nature of proposed sexual education curriculum, including detailed condom usage and other sexual practices, is inappropriate for 8th graders. Such content can lead to anxiety, confusion, and a premature focus on sexual activity. We must provide education that respects the developmental stages of our students and the values of their families. As a father, I am particularly concerned about the impact of these teachings on my own children. Lastly, the Gender Sexuality Galaxy section introduces complex concepts that can confuse students and contradicts many families' belief systems. Teaching gender as a limitless galaxy and promoting identities like non-binary and gender fluid can overwhelm children with who are not emotionally and mentally prepared to understand them. A balanced approach that respects biological and scientific facts while promoting kindness and respect is more effective. In conclusion, while the curriculum aims to promote inclusivity, it's a potential impact on our children. It's concerning.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shy Lloyd. I do believe I know a few of you here. I am a mother of a child at the Modesto City Schools District. I just wanted to say it is a proven fact that sexual education can help mitigate sexual abuse. When kids know more, they know not to keep it a secret or hide behind secret words that people might say from tricky people. Sexual health education includes topics such as healthy relationships, consent, gender identity, and HIV STI prevention, which is so important for young people to learn and understand at a young age before they become sexually active. It is already too late if we wait until they are already sexually active to teach them these things, regardless of when this might occur. In an age of social media and intense digital information being thrown at these people all the time, I firmly believe that the former program was not as informative as youth needed in these days at best and biased at its worst. I am on the boat that parents are bearing the brunt of responsibilities in regards to teaching their children these basics in life, but we all know that does not always happen as it should, and I am glad that the district is considering this new program. Parents that strongly oppose Teen Talk enough to fight against it are always welcome to opt their child out, but the children who don't deserve to receive the comprehensive and inclusive health education that they deserve, and Teen Talk luckily can provide. Thank you for your time, and I hope that this helps in urging your vote in supporting the adoption of Teen Talk.
Good evening. My name is Pamela LaChapelle. Sex ed, we all can agree, is important to have at an early age. Demonstrations on how to insert a condom into a vagina and anus and showing the 8 steps for putting a condom on a model of an erect penis crosses the line. There is already curricula that meet state standards without crossing this line. And when it comes to sex ed, parents, not the school board or teachers, are in a position to evaluate what their middle school child is mature enough to process. Therefore, parents need access during convenient hours so they can offer their input before curriculum is decided upon. But if parents cannot have easy access to the contents well beforehand, then choose something more wholesome and less gratuitously graphic that meets state standards. There are other curricula that satisfy state requirements. Consider this. No amount of scientific terminology is going to ameliorate the physical response or the extreme discomfort experienced by pubescent boys and girls during these demonstrations and hands-on exercises. And for children who are victims of a sexual assault, I shudder to think how this will trigger him or her. Don't you shudder too? Considering how vital these topics are to the mental, emotional, and physical well-being of our kids, please do not take the word of a 3-person committee. I ask that you thoroughly review the curriculum yourselves. Watch the videos, look at the slides, review the resources. Then design a more inclusive outreach and enable a representative cross-section of our community to have opportunity to review the material and give input. And please, find it in your hearts to choose a curriculum that is sensitive to the fragility of children who have already experienced sexual abuse. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. My name is David Eck. This isn't going to take 3 minutes, 2 minutes, or anything like that. Just want to say, I hope when you're teaching these other subjects like alcohol, you're teaching them about the dangers of it. You're not telling them how to make a margarita or a Long Island tea, something like that. When you're talking about the drugs, you're not showing them how to cook the heroin and safely inject it in your arm, you know? So that's just my point. Don't get into all these crazy details. It's just not, it's going too far. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Anita Rubio, and a lot of what I was going to speak about has already been covered. So I just wanted to go into the adolescent, and this is opposing not all of the Teen Talk curriculum. I read some stuff that was really beneficial, but I'll just read what I have. The adolescents in the post-pandemic era have endured increased spikes in mental health issues, such as depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, and PTSD and isolation, which has magnified, their yearning for connection and belonging. This can lead our young teens to seeking connection in unsafe ways and or becoming vulnerable to predatory behaviors, sexual abuse, human trafficking, and perpetrators. Now more than ever, our teenagers need the adults, such as family, school, trusted mentors in their life to provide safe guidance and equipping to navigate pressures they may face. While I appreciate the Teen Talk covers body boundaries, safe relationships, decision-making, and communication, I am opposed to the activity, on page 192, which was already covered, which was the condom steps relay to 8th graders. As I was reading the relays, I just recently took a mandatory reporting training. This actually fell into what predators do, and that it should be reported. So I am really disappointed that this is even up for voting. This part needs to be omitted, and I thank you.
Hello, I would like to talk as a current teenager at Modesto High School. I'm going into my junior year. I'm a horrible public speaker. I did not intend to be speaking here tonight, but this is something I feel very passionately about, and I want to share the perspective of a lot of teenagers and young people. I'm lucky to have been pretty informed, thanks to the older people in my life, about sexual health and education, but a lot of my peers are not. And last year, I was, sexually harassed in many ways that I didn't really know how to cope with, even with having such support in my life from my family. I needed more support. And I think that's where this Teen Talk comes in. This needs to be instated. I did not know where to go. I did not know what to do. I just wanted to not go to school ever again. And I think we all know school is important. I'd also like to talk about how I don't think what a lot of people are talking about is the main issue. They're talking about how some of this stuff is triggering, how it should not be taught in schools, but I'm here to say that it's going to be taught anyway. Social media, the internet, it's so much information is available, and I think that if it's going to be shown to children, it might as well be taught in a real way. I think facts should be presented. I think it should not be based on religion. As a non-religious person, when I was taught this in 8th grade, they told me that if I had sex before marriage, I was going to hell. How is that informational to me as a non-religious person? I believe that this Teen Talk is important and should be instated in my community.
Public speaker. You're an
Hi.
excellent public speaker.
All right. Hi, my name is Bethany, and I am a junior high teacher. Looking at this curriculum, my first thought is that I would be very uncomfortable teaching these lessons. I would not want to teach it, and I do not think that it is appropriate for a junior high classroom. I have nieces in Modesto City Schools, and I am a graduate from Modesto City Schools. Some of the activities in the curriculum are graphic and in depth. I do agree that we need to teach this, but it doesn't need to be this graphic, not these lessons. We're not saying it shouldn't be taught in schools, but it doesn't need to be this curriculum. It goes beyond what is necessary, beyond what is required. If my district asked me to teach this, I would have to say no. I think it's a disservice to the majority of my students in this age range. It will make it very uncomfortable for them, and for a lot of them, very traumatic. It's above their maturity level. EDCO states that it needs to be age appropriate, and reading this as a junior high teacher, I think that doing a condom relay race is definitely above their age bracket, and it is not required or deemed necessary. Teaching them how to use a dental dam to have safe oral sex and that you can buy different flavors to make it more enjoyable seems to be encouraging students to participate in those acts at this age. And we are talking about 13 and 14-year-olds. In 8th grade, the brain isn't fully developed, and we have no business infiltrating the minds or forcing these graphic images upon our children. School is not the place to introduce curiosity, and that's what this is doing. It's making them curious. It is a molding of the mind that encouraging the exploration rather than preventing what is being taught. It is promoting how to further push sexual exploration and desensitizing their minds to possibly become an even bigger problem. This curriculum goes far beyond menstrual cycles, how a baby is made, the birthing process, and how to have safe sex without getting an STI. That is important. We do need to teach that. But this needs to be taught, and it doesn't need to be in the same detail that Teen Talk talks about.
Can I come in front of this, would you mind? Thank you. My name is Keith Martin. I am a retired public high school teacher here in the area. And as I was listening to the presentations, I'm wondering why these books are not being given to the kids so they could bring the entire book home. Why are you reproducing merely sections of it? That's a concern that I have. It seems like that would be a way of, let's say, distilling information out of that book that wasn't volatile. You have a lot of very explicit, I think inappropriate, age inappropriate detail that's provided there. And I know as a high school teacher, retired now, that I would be very uncomfortable presenting this, to my younger students. I taught 9th grade mainly over the years, over 30 years. And I know the games, you would have to have eyes on every one of those kids to make sure that subtle comments weren't being made, innuendo, all of those types of comments. You have to protect our children. And if you don't have the ability to have eyes on those children, I think that's grave concern for me as a parent and also an educator. So consider that. But I would like you to reconsider merely printing sections, little handouts, whatever 20 or 12 weeks. Give the entire program out so that parents can exactly see what is in there and what is spelled out. Not distill it down so it seems benign. This is not benign. It is far too explicit for kids of this age. Thank you.
Public comment. We are reached our 40-minute limit. The last public comment.
President Irvin, trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, and cabinet, thank you for your opportunity to speak today. My name is Ryan Flaherty, and I have 2 girls in Modesto City Schools that will both pass through the 8th grade within the next 5 years. As a father of 2 girls, believe me, I know how uncomfortable it can be to talk about sex. This is not an easy topic. At the same time, as many have said, I know that my girls and their classmates will almost certainly hear inaccurate information about sex, sexual health, sex, in the classroom and outside of the classroom by students and others. And it is much more uncomfortable for me to think that my girls and their classmates will not get fact-based, comprehensive sex education in their classroom to counteract that misinformation. Scientific studies show that fact-based comprehensive sex education, such as Teen Talk, leads to better health outcomes. And that's what I want for my girls. That's what I want for their classmates, and that's what I want. That's what I want for our community. It's for this reason, for better community outcomes, that I strongly encourage the board to adopt the 8th grade health curriculum as proposed. This curriculum is compliant with state law and was unanimously recommended by health educators, experts here in our community. Thank you for your time today and to listen to me and to all the others in the community. Our health outcomes depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have already extended the time over. We've already went over the time. There's other people there, so we cannot go. We have already gone over the time limit. Thank you. Okay. Hmm. No. Yes, we did say we gave the time limit and we went over the time limit. We actually let extra go above the time. So we must move the agenda. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Trustee Daly.
I'd like to ask Dr. Olson, what other curriculum was looked at? Because it says three curricula were discussed. What other curricula were looked at?
On? Yeah, sorry. Yes, we reviewed Positive Prevention Plus, a curriculum called 3 R's, Rights, Respect, and Responsibility, and Teen Talk.
And all 3 of those met CHIA standards?
Not fully. Teen Talk was the one based on the comprehensive assessment tool. Teen Talk was the one that was most compliant with CHIA.
Most compliant?
It was fully compliant.
So the others were not compliant?
There were some parts that were not compliant, which would mean that we would have to supplement.
Which parts were not compliant?
I don't have that information with me right now, but I will.
So opting out or chopping up the material is the idea that we have right now. So we're going to spend $20,000, if I'm understanding? For 3 years. To chop up the material. Is that correct?
I don't understand what your question is.
So we're spending $20,000 on the material for 3 years.
Yes.
And it's the full material, but when we get it, we're only going to use portions of it.
We'll use the portion, we'll use all of it. All of the units will be taught is what our plan is. But there are components within those units that don't have to be taught because they're not detailed in Chaya.
Okay. And then at the last board meeting, I did inquire as to whether or not we understood where the middle school kids are at psychosocial development. Did we look into that?
No, I have not done that yet.
So Erickson's psychosocial development, middle school kids are working on friendships. They're just moving into the cusp of romantic relationships or sexual relationships. That's not where our middle school kids are at. They're working on friendships still. So my name is Jolene Daly. I'm a board member and I'm also a licensed marriage and family therapist. I've been licensed for almost 10 years and I've been in the practice for more than 15 years. So I do have significant knowledge in this case. I'm inquiring as to whether or not the committee looked at the development based on Erickson's or any other psychosocial development regarding mental health or mental health awareness. That's all I am asking.
Not during our review, no.
Thank you.
Vice President Maestas.
All right, thank you. I've got some clarifying questions. On the parent opt-out on the California Healthy Youth Act, it says that parents will be notified about instruction in comprehensive sexual health education and HIV prevention education at the beginning of the school year. And I know that later on you mentioned, or within 14 days of the lessons. Does Chaya allow for continued notification? Like I know it says or. And on that, what is the plan of the district to communicate to parents on an ongoing basis? So it's not like, oh, here's a bunch, like I get the packet every year in the beginning, and I know myself and like a lot of parents, actually I'm pretty thorough with it, but if I know there's a lot of parents that just go, whoop, sign, give it back, right? And they don't even look at the stuff. So I did get notification for my son right before he had his education. And so we were able to either sign the opt-out form or not. But is there a way to make sure that we get information out? What's the plan? And then in what languages to make sure that we hit every parent's home language? Because we've got a lot of those out there too.
Currently, we do the notification at the beginning of the year. If students enroll, like I mentioned during my presentation, during the course of the year, they're notified at that time. Families are notified at that time. We also do an additional notification 2 weeks prior to the instruction starting, so that parents have kind of that refresh or reminder if they're wanting to opt out. We also do a parent preview in advance of the instruction starting.
A parent preview of the curriculum before it starts?
Correct.
Oh, so they have an opportunity to see it before they even sign the papers to opt out.
That is correct.
Before that. Okay, that's good information to know. Language, does that go out in all languages, or how do we do that?
We currently do Spanish and English, but we're exploring what our options are to reach more of our families.
Okay.
Additional translation in the native languages of our students.
In whatever's on their file, all right.
Point of information, Trustee Maestas.
Yeah.
When you mention parents are able to view it, how and what times?
So what we've done in the past is had an evening preview that has been sent out online. It's a virtual preview. Obviously, we haven't done anything aside from the public preview for this curriculum because it's not adopted yet. But we would also be doing parent preview either virtually, or we can consider or look into our options for doing in person, whether that is at the sites or at the district office.
Perfect. And you said evening is a
Yes.
possibility.
Yes.
And have you done text message information
for.
To send out notifying parents.
Like a
About
parent
the-
square.
Yeah, parent
Yeah,
square.
yes, that's one of our modes of communication.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and I would encourage as many opportunities as possible for parents, whether that be online during times that parents can get to that, and in the evenings, or in person, or both, to get as much participation as is interest there is. Okay,
Trustee
those
Marks.
are all the ones I've had. Thank you.
Trustee Marks?
Thank you, President Irvin. Thank you all for attending. Thank you for your interest in this very controversial topic. This is the most we've had at a board meeting for a long time, and I appreciate the passion. I know everyone cares about what they've said. They've had experiences and a really difficult time in many areas, so I thank you for sharing your heart and your experiences with us. And now I want to ask, so when this was available to the public, I know we tried to help the public know that it was happening earlier, and I know we sent out Facebook, and we left the time to review it open for a fairly long time, considering it was longer than the normal review. Did we contact parents through Parent Square? Because there's not very many parents that got this information. I just was wondering if we used Parent Square for that. I didn't see it in any of the information that we were given that told us that. Oh, okay.
No, I do not believe we did that.
Okay, thank you. Because I was trying to understand why this wasn't, not that many people went down to review it. So sorry, I thought you had a microphone. Get that's okay, Dr. Noguchi. So I went down, I reviewed this curriculum, and I couldn't get through all of it in the time. I went down a couple of times to review it and had difficulty, getting the videos and trying to find out what extra information was not shown to me in it, and was really disappointed in the fact that we didn't have a large committee, we didn't have a lot of input on who was going to choose this curriculum. That's extremely controversial, and when something's controversial, you want all the opinions shared ahead of time so you can know where we might supplement or change it. So in my view, as I'm looking at it, I feel like we've spent many years trying to build the public trust and asking the public to trust us with their students. They're not our students, but they're trusting us with them. And they're asking us to educate them and give them facts about health education, as we're talking about tonight. So in my review of it, I didn't believe that it was there were portions of it that I did not believe were science-based curriculum. And I know that was the main thing when we put this out in 2021, we did this other curriculum in 2021, which has been sufficient and has been very helpful for our students. And as I look at this and how we're doing this in this time, my concern is that, one, the parents didn't know about it to come and talk to us. There's a few that did, but not as many as I would have liked to have seen. And then I also felt like the parents that have the thoughts that they want their students to do these demonstrations, that they're welcome to do that in their home and with their students. But the ones who have very strong concerns about it and will have students in the classroom together with their students, I think there's a concern about how this is going to be presented to them. And for those who have been molested or have gone through some traumatic event, that this can harm them even more so. And we're already dealing with the numerous students who have mental health issues, and we're trying to recover from that. I know we're getting somewhere, but it's still causing some great issues for them. But I appreciate the fact that the school district is still having without permission come in, and they share ideas in the classroom about students who are being trafficked and how to know the difference between being trafficked and if this is something that you need help with, that we're giving them information for that. So I appreciate that the school district is doing that. I am, and I've obviously stated, my views here just now, but I can't support this material, but there are portions of it when I reviewed it that I said, wow, I wish we could keep this and this and this and take these out and supplement it with something else. Or supplement what we have been doing with something else that meets the requirements for the CYH Comprehensive Healthy Youth Act. And when I went through it and reading the Comprehensive Healthy Youth Act, I actually printed it off to look at and read through. But it said that those, and we know we've been doing this, to provide pupils with the knowledge and skills they need to develop healthy attitudes concerning adolescent growth and development, body image, gender, sexual orientation, relationships, marriage, and family. So that was one that I know that we've been doing, and we've been doing a good job on it. Now, I just want to state some facts that I learned also, that the teen birth rate in Stanislaus County. So I know this was a concern at our last meeting, and I was curious, how have we been doing a good job educating our students on so that they wouldn't get pregnant? So the teen birth rate in Stanislaus County, they won't let you, the newest information is from 2021, so it's been steadily declining, and we've been teaching sex education in our schools this whole time, and similar to what this is presenting, but this goes way beyond what we've been, anyway, it goes way beyond into issues I don't believe are helpful for our students, but in some ways. From 2007 until now, there has been a decrease of 52 per 1,000 teen girls that are pregnant to 14.2 teen girls. And so it's the fact that it's been going down. I do agree that sexually transmitted, I used to be STDs, but now it's STIs. Sexually transmitted infections have gone up. I do want to know, I didn't see anything in this curriculum that would change what we've been teaching to help students not get STIs. But I know that is a big concern of mine. And I just want to make sure that we make a decision that's best for our students and their families, because that's who they've entrusted their students to us, and I want to see us do a good job with that. I have promoted our schools in many ways. I have had parents that have questioned, what are you teaching? And they had grave concerns, and I said, hey, no, we're not teaching that. We're teaching this. And I could actually tell them exactly what we were teaching. And now I can't say that if we put this curriculum into our classroom. I can't promise them that this curriculum abides by what we've been doing and that I can just help them. So that's my biggest concern, is that where we're going now, and that I think it goes over the line and it goes beyond the state standards and how I've read it. So thank you for your time. Thank you, board, for being patient with my comments. I know they were lengthy, but I really appreciate you listening to me.
Trustee Brown.
Yes, I must agree this is probably the most difficult content that we've had to discuss. And I'm concerned about a few things that I've heard tonight. And first of all, I want to let everyone know that we've received numerous letters from every point of view in the community. I've taken time to read everything and listen carefully to the comments from everyone who has spoken. So I want you to know I appreciate your interest, your passion, your involvement, your concern for your students, and the concern that is expressed for all students. I'm curious about a few things. First of all, I'd like to find out what the time frame is of implementing a curriculum change. Is it for this coming fall, or is this going to be developed over the next year?
For 8th grade, we're proposing to begin in the 24-25 school year in the fall.
So the 24-25 school year means?
20. Yeah, is that what I said? 24-25 school year.
Yes, so that means starting in August.
Yes.
Okay, so this is to be taught by nurses using the curriculum from Teen Talk. That's the proposal.
We would like nurses to be a part of it. They won't necessarily be teaching the curriculum.
So who will be teaching the curriculum? I understood from the presentation that would be taught by nurses.
So it'll be in the PE classrooms, or the PE times, and the nurses and the teacher will be there working to deliver the curriculum.
So they'll be team teaching, so they'll both be present at all
Yeah,
times?
they'll both be trained to teach the curriculum. At the 7th and 8th grade level, we do not have health teachers per se, like at the high school.
Okay, and I've heard mentioned several times that this curriculum, Teen Talk, exceeds what is defined as the state compliance that's required, and that there are some areas that we would not teach. Is it possible to have the district identify for us what those items are that will not be included so that we can rest some of the concerns of the public?
Yes.
How and when would that happen?
To review within a month would be my guess before we break for summer. Or if we're not fully done with that, we could hit it before school starts. We obviously will need to make our decisions and determinations before we start teaching the curriculum.
So we've heard about some graphic issues that many of our speakers have addressed. And I've heard it said that many of those items that have been presented in the curriculum as being very graphic exceed the state compliance. So how and when can we reassure parents that that would not be included in the materials?
So can we go back in the presentation on slide number, I don't know, I think it was 5, that we said that we would not be included in, let's go back, you know what I'm talking about, Dr. Olson?
Yeah.
Okay, in the presentation, it was noted that these 2 items, let's go back one more. These 2 items were a primary concern for the different emails that we had heard and also at the board meeting, and we've certainly heard about the second bullet as well. While the first bullet, that is required under law that we teach and prepare information for our students around gender identity instruction, the second one, the condom and the demonstration, that is not, and that is something that we can, with this adoption, say that we will not be presenting to our students in the class.
So thank you. I would like to acknowledge that as educators, we are not attempting to take away the responsibility of parents to have these very important discussions within their own homes and discussing with their children. I would wonder if it is appropriate for us to share the complete packets that will be shared to students with our parents so that they know what they're going to be needing to discuss with their kids. And also, if they've got the complete packet, they will know more clearly which classes and which sections they want to opt out of. I'm not asking that we provide the full curriculum to the parents because it would include those items that that as a district we're not choosing to share with the students, that because they're not required by the state. So I would like us to be very transparent with parents. If we are to adopt this curriculum, I'd like to make sure that the parents actually see what the materials are that will be shared with their students.
So they would be able to see that during the parent preview opportunity, right, when we do our evening meetings to give parents information about the curriculum. We'll also be developing our plan for when lessons will be taught and what those topics will be based on the mapping out of the curriculum. So each unit is a different topic within the curriculum. And in that, we can explicitly note which items we're not going to be presenting because they are beyond what is required.
So parents will have full information of what will be included and what will not be included?
Yes.
Okay, then I think that's all of my questions at this point.
Trustee Marks.
I know, he brought up some information, but I wanted to find out about the other two curriculum that were reviewed and why we can't use them with supplemental material. And even if they didn't meet it completely, why can't we supplement them if they aren't going as in-depth in these two chapters as this one is, if we could use them? So what was it about them that didn't meet the requirements?
I think Dr. Olson stated that she doesn't have that with her tonight, but we can get that for you on which parts it didn't meet. In regards to adopting multiple curricula, traditionally, when a committee meets, they'll bring forth one of them. And what you're suggesting, we haven't done that before.
So that's why I had concerns, is because only 3 people chose this. We learned that at the last board meeting. And because only 3 people chose this material on the committee, it makes me question why? Why wasn't it, and I did say that earlier, why, usually we'd have a large committee. So that, it just gives me a lot of pause. So when I see that, then I say, we're trying to hide something. Okay, now we made it on here. So, hold on. So that's my personal feeling. I have trusted you guys to do this thoroughly, and then I get this information, I go down, I look at it, and then I review it, and I appreciate that we had time to go do that. And so now I'm trying to find, why are we teaching this extreme of a material when this is not something we've done in the past? And now there's got to be better material out there. I didn't get a chance to see any of the other material because I know that's not how the process works, but I would have liked to have known. And then how can we supplement it with our own curriculum that fits with the guidelines that the state says? So that's all I'm asking. So then so for me personally, I have a trust issue now. I'm not only, now I feel like, hey, now you're going to tell me we're going to give it to the parents, they're going to see what they're going to get, and they'll know all about it. We're going to copy portions of it. I don't know how you copy portions of this. It's a teacher's manual. And how to let them know what we're going to be teaching. Those are my concerns. So I just want Mr. Brown to understand that I don't know how you can do this in a way that I could believe that this is going to do it, where I could vote yes on it tonight. Even if you promised me that's what we're going to do, I still have this, 3 people chose this and they didn't even get a group. So that's where I have the problem. So that's my issue. So thank you.
I asked this.
Well,
So I think we need to respond to that first. So,
Okay.
Mr. Rich?
so traditionally, when we do curriculum reviews of whatever curriculum, we work to get a fair representation of the teachers across the district. We have 4 junior high schools. We don't have a health teacher specifically. There's not a health class at the junior high school. So we reached out to our high school health teachers and had them participate in that. Traditionally, let's say if we were adopting, I don't know, like a junior high Spanish curriculum, we'd also have probably 3 or 4 people on that committee, just because of the nature of the number of schools that we have that this would affect. I certainly don't want this to erode any trust that's been built up over time. That was certainly not the intent of putting together the committee. At the high schools, we have probably 10 to 12 total health teachers across the district.
Thank you. And the ones I've spoken with really liked what was being taught before and how it was being taught in the classroom. So that's what.
Unfortunately, that curriculum, as we reviewed it did not meet all of the CHIA law requirements. So that was the impetus of us needing to look at new curriculum.
Right.
Yeah.
But if they supplemented it, or if we said we'll supplement in these few areas, we could meet the requirements. Is that true?
It was more than just some requirements. I know that there were some other issues in regard to the presenter and their method that we had to that we had to look at and address.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you.
Trustee Daly?
Oh, hey, wait, I was supposed to go.
Did you?
Yeah, before I got cut off by the superintendent. I'm just kidding.
Disappeared. So, you know, I
Well,
just kept going.
it's because you took it off. What was my question now? Oh, I had a question about the vote. If we vote to approve tonight, do we have to, this is more procedure-wise, do we have to vote to approve with the things taken out? Or, so that's how it's gonna work? And then you guys take that stuff out or don't include it? And I'm assuming that the student, like what was on preview was the teacher material, and then there's separate student material that can then be taken and edited differently than the teacher material. Is that that's how most of these digital curriculums work?
Within the teacher, like book, our Blackline Masters, that the
Blackline
reproducible
Masters.
for students.
Right, and so then that's where you have the flexibility to take things out in those Blackline Masters. Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure I didn't understand how that vote was gonna go.
Okay, Trustee Daly.
I thought I saw Trustee Lopez's name up there as well.
So good evening, everyone. I appreciate everyone's comments, concerns, and opinions. I mean, as mentioned before, this is the first time we have so many of you in the here with us for a topic. It's been our intent as a board to have these lively conversations about a plethora of issues and topics. And for my own, parent engagement has always been a priority of mine. I concur with what Trustee Brown has mentioned, and hoping that we really have something that is guided by parents, and that is that they can also be a part of the supporting the what's going to be taught in our schools, right? And so I will echo the procedures asked by Trustee Brown mentioned earlier.
Trustee Daly.
Okay, so I want to make a statement that I have reviewed the material from Modesto Pregnancy Center. They were nice enough to send that to me in its entirety. I respect that there are parents that don't want Modesto Pregnancy Center to teach the health curriculum. So I can validate that and move forward from Modesto Pregnancy Center. I have reviewed the material from Teen Talk. There is both the teachers and the students' material there, and I concur with Trustee Marks. There was probably, I believe I was the last one to review it. I went on like the 16th, so there might have been a couple after me. There was probably only 7 people, and Trustee Marks was one of those 7 people who reviewed it. I have extreme concerns about the severity of the information that's presented in there. I have also reviewed the material from, I apologize, I lost my notes, from Positive Prevention Plus. That meets the state standards to the utmost, and is also not as extreme as Teen Talk. And in fact, there are schools in Stanislaus County that use Positive Prevention Plus for their middle school health curriculum.
Hey, I guess I'm chime in here. I just wanted to go back to, I'm glad the second bullet on the that slide, because after knowing with all of this stuff, my next dental appointment is really going to be uncomfortable. Man, I just thought I'd lighten up the monotony in the room there. But my thing goes back to Trustee Brown, Trustee Lopez about the parent portion of that, in terms of how can we capture parents, not just a few here and a few there, in terms, and I don't know if it's something electronic password, something opt-in, opt-out thing that can be sent to parents electronically or something like that, or how do we, when a parent doesn't, when a slip or a opt-in or opt-out slip doesn't come back, is there a follow-up, to find out why it hasn't come back, yay or nay? Just to like to see more, being able to augment it a little more deeper, since we're dealing with this very, concerning and, controversial topic for our students. And also about the curriculum review. We talked about it being availability. I think we should move to a point where we have curriculum reviews on Saturdays. So parents, don't have to rush after work, all the stuff that goes on when you get off of work. If there are a review process on Saturday where they're more in a more relaxed environment and don't have to worry about work or, other commitments, that they can review curriculum on a Saturday. But like I said, that item coming off, I did review material as well, and looking at the research. And also, I appreciate all the parents and those folks who sent the emails and passionate about that. A lot of the emails I got had links to other articles and things like that. And so I got a chance to read both the pros and the cons on those different articles and different research material. But yeah, I mean, we're at a crossroads right now. And so, as a board member and board president currently, man, I mean, I'm just like, wow, where do we go from here? But listening to our students, gave me some very good insight, that insight is very valuable and important. So I really appreciate that insight. So I just want to leave you with that, and we go from here. Thank you. Yeah. Welcome. So that brings us here.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Do I hear a motion to approve approval of the 8th grade health curriculum adoption for 2024-2025?
I make a motion to approve with the, that second bullet taken out.
Okay. It's been moved to approve the 8th grade health curriculum adoption for 2024-2025 by Vice President Maestas, with the elimination of the second bullet item of the condom and dental dam demonstration. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded by Trustee Mahia for approval of the 8th grade health curriculum adoption for 2024 and 2025. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same right.
Nay.
3 opposed. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you all. Yes, at this point, we're going to take a break. Give ourselves 5 minutes, 5-minute break. Okay. Before we get started. Before approval of resolution number 23/24-32, ordering an election of Modesto City Elementary School District School Facility Improvement Bond Measure. Mr. Tim Zerly.
Good evening, President Irvin, trustees. There is no formal presentation for item B4 tonight, as this is being brought back to the board for approval. At the last board meeting, May 13th, 2024, the board had a chance to review a draft resolution and bond language for a school bond election on November 5th, 2024. Authorizing necessary action in connection with the elementary school facility improvement bond measure. Before turning it back to you, President Irvin, for comments and questions, it is recommended that the board approve resolution number 2324-21, ordering an election of Modesto City Elementary School District School Facility Improvement Bond Measure. We are fortunate to have Bond Counsel Sean Mick here with us tonight, and virtually joining us is our bond campaign consultant, Charles Heath. If there are any questions that come up regarding the resolution that is, we're asking you for approval tonight.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public on this agenda item? Seeing none. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Trustee Brown?
Yes, I am grateful that this is not a controversial topic tonight. Just want to speak my full support for this measure, as we need to address the needs of all of our students in all of our campuses. And grateful that we have the preliminary support from the public that says to go ahead with this. And at the appropriate time, I would like to make the motion.
Hey, Trustee Marks.
Just a question, so the 2.9 cents per $100, is that $29 per $100,000? Did I calculate that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then, so if somebody's home, let's see, let's say it's $30, so if somebody's home like 400,000, so it'd be $120 a year added on to their taxes, is that correct?
If their home, if I understand you right, if their
400,000.
home is appraised at $400,000, then yes, not their purchase price, but
Yeah.
if that's, yes.
Oh, so it's the
Well, I'm sorry,
appraisal.
the purchase price,
Okay,
not
I thought
the
it was
appraised
I
value.
thought it was
Oh,
purchase price.
Got that
Thank you.
backwards, you'd think by the,
I know.
fourth time, I know it by now, but it's the,
Okay.
so if you bought your home for $400,000, then that, it would be that $120 a year for a
Right.
$400,000 home that was just purchased.
So then, and this will be our fourth bond, is that correct? In the
That is
last-
correct. This will
Okay.
be this has the potential, if approved, would be the fourth bond measure since 2018.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just, because I've had people tell me, are you guys putting another bond on the ballot? And so they are like, they're frustrated with it, but yes, I know, that's what I said, yes. Okay, thank you.
Vice President Maestas?
Thanks. Prior to that, we hadn't had a bond in 20 years, is that right?
2001 was the
Okay.
last, so 2001 is 17 years from 2001 to 2018 for the elementary district.
For elementary district,
For the
okay.
high school district, it would have been 21 years, 2001 to 2022.
Yeah, okay. I had a question. Oh, the elementary school district bond, this bond is TK 8, is that right?
That is correct. It covers.
Okay, so it covers the 4 junior highs.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Do I hear, Trustee Lopez?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I think the proof is in the pudding. Everyone knows what's at stake. I mean, it's not difficult to to see, the benefits of the bond. There's a great need. I would ask Shaz to pull out the binder of modifications we need to do to our school district, but I don't think it fits in the binder anymore. But the good thing is that we've tackled a great amount over the last couple of years. And this is really like, allowing our community to make that decision, right? And take that and make that informed decision to weigh the benefits and what that means to, we understand times are tough and every dollar is going to count, but it's not an expenditure in our books, right? It's an investment into childhood excellence, and to having kids go to a school they can be proud of and they can eat at the appropriate times. We've seen it throughout already with Bond Z&E. So I just want to just say that thank you for all the support on the other ones. Know that even though we've done really good work, there's still a lot that can be done and needs to be done in our schools so that they have the adequate tools to get them there and their academic success.
Thank you. Trustee Daly.
I agree with Trustee Lopez and Trustee Brown. I, like Trustee Marks, have gotten some concerns. However, I am willing to let the public decide what they want to do.
Yes, and I would concur. This investment is an investment of our future and our present students and future students in our community. So let the will of the public be as it may. And instead of saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We know it's broke and we're fixing it. So that's the new motto. Thank you all. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
And then moved by Trustee Brown and seconded by Trustee Mejia. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Okay, B5, this is going to take us into a public hearing on the Level 1 developer fee justification study, the proposed increase to statutory Level 1 developer fee rates. Sounds like Dwayne.
Well, I'll take that, but we have to open a public hearing.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing. I was just making it because I saw Dwayne over there. We will now close the regular board meeting. And so we will now open the public hearing.
Thank you.
Mr. Surley.
This item is required by government code to hold a public hearing in relation to Level 1 developer fees, which are set by statute and by the State Allocation Board, and it's every 2 years. So the last time we did this, the board approved the rate increase on May 16th of 22. It's every 2 years on even years, of which you will see this as a board. In January of this year, the State Allocation Board increased the allowable amount maximum Level 1 developer fee on residential development from $4.79 a square foot to $5.17 per square foot. And for commercial industrial development, 78 cents per square foot to 84 cents per square foot. In order for the district to charge the new rate, as you mentioned, Dwayne Wolterstorff is here through his office. An updated fee justification study is required, and that has been completed. It's attached to this agenda item to show that there's a nexus that exists between new development in a school district and the need for school facilities and the amount of Level 1 developer fees imposed on each type of development. Before adopting an increase in the Level 1 fee, the board must conduct a public hearing, which we're doing now, to receive any oral and written presentations concerning the fee study, which you have on the agenda. What we have.
Yes, are there any comments from the public on this agenda item? Please come to the podium. Are there any comments or questions from members of the board? Seeing none, we will now close the public hearing and reconvene the regular board meeting. B6, approval of resolution number 2324-29, approving and adopting level 1 developer fee justification study and authorizing increase in statutory level 1 developer fees. Speaker, Mr. Zerly.
It is recommended that the Board of Education approve resolution number 2324-29, approving and adopting level 1 developer fee justification study and authorizing an increase in statutory level 1 developer fees as noted in the agenda item.
Are there any comments from the public on this agenda item? Hearing none. Are there any comments and questions from the board? Do I hear a motion to approve? Motion moved by Trustee Mejia.
Second.
And seconded by Vice President Maestas. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Item B7, public hearing and approval of the Modesto City Schools Special Education Local Plan, Annual Service and Budget Plans for 2024 through 2025. Speaker Christy Allen and Christina Romero. So we will now close the regular open board meeting. We will now open the public hearing and approval of Modesto City Schools Special Education Local Plan, Annual Service and Budget Plans for 2024-2025.
That is a mouthful, isn't it? Good evening, Board President Irvin, trustees, Dr. Noguchi, cabinet, and all of our public here supporting everyone tonight. I'm Christina Romero. I'm the Senior Director of the SELPA, and I oversee elementary special education. And I'm here with my esteemed colleague, Dr. Allen, also SELPA Director who oversees secondary special education. And this is our last together presentation before she moves over to HR. So we're going to see if we can get through this tonight in the way that we have in the past. So we are here tonight to present to you the annual local plan. We work diligently as a SELPA to provide our students with educational programming that ensures that we're upholding their collective why, which is stated in our vision statement. We want every student in MCS to graduate with the skills, the knowledge, the character traits essential to thrive and contribute to society, and that's no different for our students with disabilities. The purpose of our time here tonight with you is threefold. It is first to provide the board with a review of our updated local plan. Also, tonight's meeting will fulfill the requirement of holding a public hearing in order to review these topics. And finally, we'll request your approval for each of the documents provided. Federal law requires that each SELPA, or Special Education Local Plan area, ensures a continuum of services and program options that are available to meet the needs of our students with disabilities for special education and the related services we provide. CDE also requires that SELPAs submit their local plan for approval to ensure that we meet the assurances of our access to special education and related services and that we are in compliance with all federal and state requirements. The local plan is adopted on a 3-year cycle, and it follows the requirements as outlined in Ed Code. These requirements include local agreements, governance and administration, annual budget and service plans, as well as our interagency agreements that we put into place with local agencies and support providers. CDE has continued, however, to keep the submission of Section C, which you'll see indicated up there, in a holding pattern until July of 2027. So we have that to look forward to.
All right, so as part of this process, we have a committee consisting of special education administrators, teachers, and our itinerant staff, as well as general education administrators, teachers, and our CAC, or our Community Advisory Committee chairperson, who is a parent of a student with a disability in Modesto City Schools. As part of this process, the documents reviewed are the current MCS board policies, the current MCS local plan that is currently in effect, as well as the special education department procedural handbook. Okay. Once the local plan is reviewed by that committee, it is then taken to our CAC for their feedback, and they have 30 days to provide that. It is provided to them in draft version. Once we receive that, we then bring that feedback back to our SELPA, make the required adjustments, and then we bring it to you for presentation, and that is what we're doing tonight. Once we have your approval and Dr. Noguchi's approval, it will then go to the County Office of Education Superintendent for approval, and once we receive that, we will submit it to the CDE by the June 30th deadline. As part of this document, as Ms. Romero stated, the annual budget plan identifies those expected revenues and expenditures for special education programs. This is an annual requirement which gets presented to you every year at this time. And the budget is divided by specific object codes that are required by the CDE. And then the annual service plan is also a document that is provided every year. And this is a snapshot of the services by school site that we provide to all of our students. While it does include all Modesto City School sites, it also includes our non-public schools that are under contract, as well as preschools and private schools. So with the next steps, we would ask that the board conduct a public hearing, request board approval of the local plan, including the annual budget and service plans, and then we will submit that to the County Office of Education once you have approved it, and submit it to the CDE by June 30th. And we'll turn it back over to you, President Irvin, for public comment.
Are there any comments from the public on this agenda item? Seeing none. Are there any comments or questions from the board on this agenda item? Trustee Brown.
I think you know what I'm going to ask. Does our annual budget plan specify the amount of money that is mandated by the federal government that we do not receive? Is there any way in that budget plan that we address the unfunded mandate?
No, I know we talk about this each year, and we hope, right, every year that
We've seen some improvement, and I think
We
the
have.
people like me who just keep asking
Yeah, that's
are
okay.
driving that improvement. So
Yeah, right. So they absolutely, we are seeing some changes, particularly with preschool and the movement towards inclusive preschool programming. There are some increases in the funding revenue that we're seeing at the lower level for our littlest learners. But overall, we still remain an unfunded mandate when you're considering us as a whole.
I just think it's always important to make sure that the public is aware that the federal government mandates that we be funded at a certain level, but the states don't fund us at that level. So we have to draw money from our general fund to support special education, which somehow doesn't quite work. I can't do that math. So thank you, and just make sure the public is aware that that is our problem.
Trustee Daly.
To piggyback off of what Trustee Brown is saying, so I'm a little confused. The money is supposed to come from the federal government or from the state?
We have allocations in both. Yes.
Okay, and who isn't funding?
So basically what we're seeing is the amount that it would cost to run programming in the way in which both the feds and the state require. They do not fund us to match what they're requiring as far as the mandates go. So there's a shortfall every year is what Mr. Brown addresses each time we come up, which is that's actual and accurate. There is a difference between what is required and what the state funds.
So is there supposed to be funding for that? Because with facilities, there isn't supposed to be funding for that. So I've learned that part. So is there supposed to be funding for that and then it just doesn't come through, or that's not? No, okay.
We will now,
Oh, here, wait, I was just gonna make a comment. We go to Washington DC and beg them to please fund us for all the mandates, and they don't. So we're trying, but it does, we have to take it out of our general fund. So that's been an ongoing issue for 20-something years, so it's kind of tough. But I'm just appreciative that we have such good programs for special ed and that people have been very, they've wanted to be in our programs because they're well-run.
Trustee Brown.
So once again, to restate what Trustee Mark says, thank you for using the funds so prudently so that we can provide for our special ed students. And we appreciate that. And we know that it comes at a sacrifice to some of the other things that we want to do. But thanks for doing such fine work.
Yes, in other words, thank you for squeezing blood out of a turnip. Thank you. Okay, we will now close the public hearing and reconvene the regular board meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve? Been properly moved by Trustee Mejia and seconded by Trustee Marks for approval of the public hearing and approval of Modesto City Schools Special Education Local Plan Annual Service and Budget Plan for 2024-2025. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you. Good night.
Yeah, thank you. E8, public hearing review of draft local control and accountability plan, LCAP. Speaker, Mr. Brad Godot and Stephen Hurst. We will now close the regular open board meeting. We will now open the public hearing of the agenda item, public hearing review of draft local control and accountability plan, LCAP.
Good evening, Board President Irvin, trustees, Dr. Noguchi and Cabinet, and members of the community. My name is Steve Hurst, Director of State and Federal Programs, and I will be presenting on the 24-27 LCAP, or Local Control and Accountability Plan. I can go forward if you're not worried about the slides. Okay. So purpose today is to review the 2024-27 LCAP development, that the alignment with Modesto City Schools strategic goals, review the draft of the LCAP, and then go over the next steps. So again, our collective why is the MCS vision that every student graduates with the skills, knowledge, and character traits essential to thrive and contribute to society. And really that is the driving force behind the LCAP plan. So the LCAP is aligned to all of our Modesto City Schools strategic goals. These are the goals for 24 through 27 that were previously approved by the board back in January. And we support all of the sub-goals within the area. So the Education Code mandates that school districts hold a public hearing prior to the approval of the LCAP, which is what we are doing tonight. And it is that the LCAP is a 3-year plan, describes our goal, actions, and services, and the expenditures to support positive student outcomes. Every year, the plan must be reviewed and revised. This is the 3-year revision that we are presenting today. The LCAP is the plan that links the district's initiatives together. So over the last few years, we've had various different presentations related to how we are going to improve our schools. When you look at that, the LCAP is the driving, linking force. It brings together, regardless of the funding source, to support our students. So we have the local control funding formula. Mr. Zerli will present more on that in a little bit. We have things like the expanded learning opportunities or the educator effectiveness grant. We have categorical funds like Title I, Title II, and Title III. So the plan draws all those together in how do we support our students. So when we look at developing the plan, this year we reviewed the 23-24 plan. We had over 30 different meetings and multiple surveys that were conducted this year. We involved a variety of educational partners, And at each of the meetings, we provide surveys to get the feedback from our participants. And the majority of our participants, over 98%, said that they feel that their input was valued during those meetings. One of the challenges that we always have is how do we get educational partner involvement? And so the chart that you see there is showing the growth that we've seen and some of the steps that we've taken. So for example, we have grown the size of our LCAP advisory committee from over 40 members to over 60 members. We've included more and more students in the committee. We started with 3 the first year, now we're at 8, now we're at 16 members that are students on that committee. We held 4 community forums this year. Those were publicized out through social media as well as Parents Square and on the website. We also held staff forums. We sent out a couple of different surveys during the year related to LCAP and utilized a new survey tool called Thought Exchange, which has given us new opportunities to reach to parents. For students, in addition to reaching out to the advisory committees, we also reached out to some of the specialty clubs that had not been reached out to before to get their input. So for example, the Gay Student Alliance, the Black Student Unions were met with this year to get their specific input. When you look at the overall development, again, as I said, there were 64 members on the LCAP committee. This involved about a third parents, little less than a third in students, and the rest were staff or administrators. We had representation from every different department and every different program on that committee to give feedback and to bring about their thoughts, as well as we had bargaining unit representation. We met with different community organizations, went out through Parents Make a Difference, made 3 different presentations on the LCAP specifically to parents, getting their feedback as well as trying to educate them. DLAC, Community Advisory Committee, so when you're thinking of your special ed community, et cetera, are involved in this process. Again, one of the new highlights this year is the survey tool that we are using. Not only can we get surveys, but we can get an interaction called exchanges, which allows students and or parents to rate what other people think. So that's going to be a highly effective tool that we're going to be using going forward. The LCAP, again, does align to all of our district goals. These are the district goals that were approved in January, and you have available to you on a handout, so I'm not going to spend time going through and reading them. Goal 1 is focused on our academic achievement, equitable access, and college and career readiness. Obviously, there are the 6 sub areas within that. It is by far our largest goal as far as actions and services, and it has the most focus on students. There are 3 slides here kind of highlighting different things, but some of the things to look at, not only have these been continued in some cases or have been brought in. So team teaching in algebra was a new venture last year that we brought in. We've seen success. That was highly thought of by the committee to make sure we continue that. Professional development for English language development. There's some new actions in the LCAP required related to English language learners. Full day kindergarten. Support again for our MTSS or multi-tiered system of support, and what are we doing to provide those interventions. Mental health supports continue to be a highly sought after and would be expanded as much as possible based on what the committee's recommendations are. We also are looking at a lot more in the college credit courses for our students to help meet the college and career indicators. English learner services continues to be a focus. This year, there is a call out in the LCAP that you must address what is happening with your long-term English learners as well as your just English learners. Long-term is somebody 7 years or more. So therefore, we have to have specific actions on how we are addressing the needs of those students. We again are focused on remediation and enrichment. Inclusion supports has been a highlight. Goal 2, this is focused on high-quality professional development. This is an area that actually grew. We now have 5 sub-goals. Last time there were only 3. We've added in some actions related to the state seal of biliteracy as well as the state seal of civic engagement. In this, really this is how do we develop our staff and make sure that they have the abilities they need. When you look at this, again, that focus on professional development for ELD, English Language Arts, Math, and our instructional core, equity professional development, and leadership professional development are some of the actions that are called out in this area. Goal 3 is a focus on safe, welcoming, and respectful environments. It also includes the need for technology and providing student voice. That was an addition this year, is the student voice. So when you look at this, we have all the safety issues that we had from our last LCAP, but also things like the parent ambassadors and community aides, making sure we have that technology support behind for all of our students and staff to make sure that we can use that. Translation services, which encourage parent participation not only in the classroom, but in the school in general. This is also where we would survey our parents. Goal 4 is making sure that we are fiscally and operationally sound. So when you think of that, again, it's our fiscal oversight. What are we doing there to make sure that our fiscal oversight is secure, security to protect our assets, and maintaining our schools and facilities. And this is supplemental to what happens with the bond measures that we have out there already in this area. This is also where we've brought in the sustainability issues for the district. Goal 5, we are a district that takes a lot of people to run. And so by that, we need to focus on high quality staff. How are we recruiting, hiring, and retaining that staff? So there's those actions in that area. We also have the employee wellness program, and what are we doing to support our staff that way? We have the increase in human resources staff so that we can hire and find those quality people that we need to work with our students, and then continue to improve our efficiency processes. New this year is Goal 6. Goal 6 is required for LCFF Equity Multiplier. It is a formula driven by the state. Our school that qualifies is Elliott, so we're receiving funds specifically for Elliott, and we had to develop a goal to target what are the needs of Elliott based on the state dashboard. You can see that those goals are related to specific populations, and that we are looking at how we can continue to support those students. So some of the highlights in the LCAP plan is continuing to expand our MTSS and hoping to try and get that into the junior high and high schools, continue our full day kinder and TK that we've been doing, expanding and maintaining our before and after school programs. We know that is important. A big focus on English learners and our newcomers, professional development, and fiscal controls. Those are just a few of the highlights there. When we look at focus areas, we do have to focus on our English learners and our long-term English learners. That is a call out under the new LCAP guidelines, as well as we have to call out actions specifically to low-performing student groups. So we have actions that we have added in specifically targeting those groups across the district, looking at student interventions and making sure we're really focused on that instructional core with our professional development for teachers. So when we look at our next steps, the LCAP has currently been online for public review. They can provide comments. There's links there and it's out there. On June 17th, I will be coming back to the board seeking approval of the LCAP plan at that time. After that is approved, then it can be submitted to county office for review and approval. And then we would hope to be implementing the new 3-year LCAP on the July 1 of 2024. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. President Irvin.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public on this agenda item? Hearing none, are there any comments or questions from the board on this agenda item? Trustee Brown.
Yes, I'll be brief. In LCAP Goal 2 on, it looks like page 8 of our handout, or slide 16, talks about the state seal of biliteracy and also the state seal of civic engagement.
Correct.
Participation in the graduations, the 2 high schools that I went to, Byron and Enox, I was surprised at the low number of students graduating with that seal. Is there anything within LCAP that's looking to increase the numbers that are achieving that goal?
Yeah, so you should have also received the reader-friendly versions of the LCAP, and when you look in there, there is in goal specifically 2.6 or 2.5, I'm sorry, is we want to develop our staff within that area so that they have more knowledge about the seals, and we're developing programs to advertise that out to students and what are the requirements for it. For our English learners or non-English learners, a student can any language they have to be tested in, so therefore they have to opt to want to take that test. So we're trying to increase that knowledge to them. And for the state civic engagement, we're only in about the second year that the state has even had that program. So the first year was try to gain knowledge. Then it's now starting to implement what do you need to reach that ability, because there's a sequence of events you have to happen with it.
Right. I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you.
Vice President Maestas.
Thank you. I have two questions, and actually, I'm going to follow up on that seal of biliteracy. Does that include American Sign Language?
I'll be honest, I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to
Yes.
find that out.
Oh, there we go. We got an answer. It does. All right.
Department.
Great, thank you. And then this may be in a board communication. This is on summer school. I know we're looking to expand some things on summer school. I got word from some students that took AP Human Geography that they were unable to take health over the summer because it was maxed out and they couldn't take it. They got denied because they didn't have enough spots. So I'm wondering if this is going to become a bigger issue once ethnic studies comes to play in terms of graduation requirement, because if that's a 9th grade, then the student that's taking AP Human Geography has to take ethnic studies and health at some point. And so can you think about that?
Yeah, I guess you can hear me. I'll be happy to look into it. There is always the potential issue of a teacher being willing to teach that at during summer school at a specific site, but I will get back to you on that. I wasn't aware of that.
Right. And just thinking about other options that they could possibly do, whether it be online or something that allows them, because now we've got kids that got denied and they're going in their sub, and then when are they going to take it? At some point they have to take it in their graduation year, but then having to fit things in, it reminds me when I was in college and that one course was only offered every other year and you had to be able to take that. So I don't want that to happen to our students.
Trustee Marks.
Thank you. I reviewed this, and one of the points where it gives us the baseline on the LCAP metrics, they have a dash next to it. So it always looks like it's minus to me. So when it has, so it says it's supposed to, it's on page, well, it's 448 of my thing, but it's page, it's like the second page. Okay, so you go for the first page, and then right at the first page that you have information on the metric, on the goals. And so I didn't know if you could put a plus, because it says we want to improve DFS by 65 points. And then you go down to the baseline 2023, elementary DFS dash 65.1. So I was like, I think we got it, or is it minus 65? So I figured, I said, then the next goal was 22, and it was 21.9, so I think we just missed it. So can we just put a plus there? 'Cause every time
Actually, I don't want to put a plus there
Oh, you
because
can't.
the measurement is negative distance from standard. Standard would be 0.
Oh, okay.
We are currently negative, so we want to indicate that we're starting at a negative.
Oh,
Our goal
okay.
would be to get to 0 or higher.
Oh, that's helpful. So it really was a negative.
It is a negative.
Okay, so I read it correctly. All right, that's helpful. Thank you so much. So yeah, and I appreciate that we're doing metrics so we can see where we are and the progress that we make, especially on these items that are on this about academic achievement, ELA, math, so I appreciate that. And I'm sure the public does too, because we want to know how our kids are doing. So thank you.
Yes, I just have one question. I know you mentioned about the numbers of students and increased in participation. What are the numbers like for the parents that participate on the Parents Advisory Committee?
For the LCAP advisory, we went up 9 parents this year over last year in the committee. Obviously, trying to keep a balance of everything in there. So we did increase parent participation with that. Additionally, we offered the parent and community forums where parents not on the committee could come and give their input. And then we utilized 2 different surveys this year, one early in the year and a second survey. And then actually when we do our annual survey of parents, I don't have the exact number. We had 1,800 this year. Last year we were under 800. The year before that we were under 400. So what we're seeing is increased participation in those.
Okay, good, really good. Thank you. right. We will now close the public hearing and reconvene the regular board meeting. Yes, getting ready there. Public hearing, review of draft 2024-2025 budget for all funds. Mr. Zerly, we will now close the regular open board meeting. And we will now open the public hearing review of draft 2024-2025 budget for all funds.
Good evening again, President Irvin, trustees. I don't want to offend any one of those that are in the audience, but just once, I'd like to present to a crowd like what we had earlier for our budget proposal. But that is a testament to the work of Executive Director Michelle Price and Director Kim Campster. We heard earlier about transparency, and we have worked very hard in the last 7 years to build back the trust and transparency in our budget. And I'd like to think that because of that, it's not confrontational for board meetings like this. But the purpose of this public hearing is to provide the board with our proposed budget for 24-25. We'll cover various areas, the local control funding formula, average daily attendance assumptions, which is how we're funded, expenditure assumptions, and multi-year projection, and then allow for public comments and then board comments and questions. Just like every presentation you've heard tonight, it's aligned to our collective vision, RY, the MCS vision, in that every student graduates with skills, knowledge, and character traits essential to thrive and contribute to society. And I believe our budget reflects that and supports RY, the MCS vision. And you just heard during Mr. Hurst's LCAP presentation, strategic goal 4 is the alignment for our budget. And it's pretty simple, ensuring that the district is both fiscally and operationally sound. One of the final items that helps us wrap up our proposed budget is the governor's Maybe vision, and it is the last statutory step in the state budget process before the legislature adopts the spending plan prior to June 30th. And until a state budget is approved, we use the Maybe vision as our best assumptions for budgeting information and what you see tonight. Unlike the last few years, there's not a lot of excitement in the May revision, but there is a 1.07% COLA adjustment, or that adjustment is provided to our student base rates, and you'll see that in a minute. And that's an increase from 0.76 in January when the governor first released his budget proposal for 24-25. May revision incorporates attendance recovery and instructional continuity proposals, and then trailer bill language to establish spending deadlines for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or what you normally hear of as ELOP or ELOP. Just to put it simply, a budget, or our budget, is a guiding document. It's a policy document that reflects the philosophy of the board, administration, and the education community. You saw earlier what our vision is, and so that is our policy document that aligns with the Modesto City Schools vision. It's obviously a financial plan, and because of the multi-year projection, it shows where we have been and where we are going, or where we plan to be going. It guides our administrative decisions and actions throughout the year, and it's a communications device to allow us to share our strengths and challenges, which we have many of this year and probably the next year, with the community of the instructional programs through integration with the LCAP. This is why the LCAP public hearing goes first at this board meeting. That's why it'll be approved first at the next board meeting, because the budget has to support what you just heard in the local control accountability plan presentation. Budget development consists of multiple months throughout the year. and different assumptions throughout the year. Initially, as I mentioned, it's based on our revenue assumptions are based in January on the initial governor's proposal, and then it's updated, which we've just recently updated due to the governor's May revision. Expenditure assumptions, our staffing levels are updated for enrollment projections. We do that shortly after school starts in the fall. When we know what our students are for that year, we begin the process of projecting enrollment for future years. Our budget includes step and column salary increases and pension rate increases, updated site and department budgets, and any scheduled capital outlay and debt service obligations that are not covered by our current bond programs. So this is our student base rates, depending on the grade level of the student. And you can see what the base grants are in the first column per grade level are for those students, and then what an additional 1.07% COLA is for the local control funding formula. And then we get our new base grants per ADA, and then those that have a grade span adjustment. We get additional funds for transitional kindergarten through third graders, and additional funds for 9th through 12th graders for CTE opportunities. Assumptions that we currently have for our average daily attendance, which drives the largest portion of our revenue in our general fund, is enrollment for next year is projected to decrease by 150 students in the elementary school and decrease by 105 pupils in the high school. And then for the multi-year projections, is projected to be flat moving out through the out years of the multi-year projection. What we're seeing is the majority of that drop in elementary students, or all of the drop in elementary students, is at our 7 and 8, our junior high schools. So what we're seeing is our larger 8th grade classes that are moving into 9th grade, moving to high school. We're not seeing them backfilled at the same rate by 6th and 7th grade classes. The high school decrease, our neighboring districts, our feeder districts, the elementary districts, are seeing the same trend. There's smaller grade levels coming up going into our high schools, and so we're projecting a slight decrease in our high school students for next year as well. This pie just shows our total general fund revenue. The largest piece, as mentioned earlier, is the local control funding formula revenue at 77%. We talked about earlier about the funding levels for special education in federal revenue and state revenue, and you can see it as a piece of, as part of any state revenue for special education is part of the 15% slice of the pie, and then any federal revenue for special education, IDEA, is 7% of our overall budget. So even with or without special education, there's not a lot of dollars to our operation budget from the state government or the federal governments. Other revenue assumptions, the 1.07% increase to our student base rates generates almost $2 million of base funding increase and $1.4 million of supplemental concentration increase. Just know that this year, the one we're finishing, that was 8.22%. So you can multiply those numbers by, by 8, and then that's what we got this year versus what we're getting or projecting to get for next year. Other revenue assumptions, we remove any one-time revenue that's in the budget for federal or state programs or even local funds, dollars that came to us this year only. It could be one-time money, it could be deferred revenue, but we take that out at this point in time when we adopt the budget. All you see in our proposed budget is ongoing revenue. So what are we going to receive year over year? Any one-time additions, then we remove at this point in the year, and we don't count on it until we see it again in the next fiscal year. Contributions to restricted programs. This is required, and we had a conversation on this just a couple items earlier. It's when program funding is not sufficient to cover program costs, or it could be required by statute without any funding. And our largest is special education. Programs underfunded, we all know that. the cost to provide services to our students with special needs far outpaces the dollars that are given to us, provided to us for those services. And for next year, our estimated contribution is about $58.5 million. And so that is a trend. I mean, that's not, I mean, you saw probably the same number last year, the prior year. I mean, that's just the trend. That's what happens. Again, when you start talking about, now we have preschoolers coming with autism. I mean, there's a large amount of services out there that we have to provide. It's not really an unfunded mandate, but it is a not fully funded mandate, that is for sure. We do receive some funding for it, but it's clearly not enough to operate the services that are needed for our most needy student population. And then routine restricted maintenance, that's a statutory requirement. We're required, in order to be eligible for any state bond dollars for facilities, we have to set aside 3% of our budget for what is routine restricted maintenance. And so that is required. There's no dollars given to us for that. It's just something we have to do in order to be eligible for the state bond program and get some reimbursement for our projects. Revenues are largely controlled by state and federal governments. We don't really get a say in that, with the exception of what we can do for our average daily attendance for our student population. But the board gets to decide how to spend the funds received through our organizational structure. That determines what staffing levels we have, employee compensation, which there is an agenda item later on about increasing our employee compensation, instructional programs, support services, facilities, etc. So that is all included in our annual budget plan, which the board approves every June. LCAP Goal 5, we just heard, is centered around recruiting, hiring, and training and retaining employees. I think Mr. Hurst said we have a large number of employees, and we do. 82% of our proposed general fund budget goes to people, whether that's employee compensation or payroll benefits or health and welfare. I mean, that's the cost of what it takes for the amount of employees that we have. If we just look at our unrestricted general fund budget, it grows to 85%. So here it is, just broken up by the size of the pie, the size of the piece of the pie, and you can see that certificated salaries, classified salaries, and benefits make up the largest portion of our pie when we talk about where are our expenditures going. Other assumptions for expenditures, the LCAP items that you just heard are included in this proposed budget. Restricted categorical revenues are fully expended. So if we project if we're getting $1 million for a restricted program, we have $1 million in the expenditures just to say, okay, we're going to spend the dollars that were given to us. We do have, every year, we have an increase for salary and benefits for step and column advancements. These are required by our collective bargaining agreements. We're fortunate this year. There's not an increase to our state teachers retirement system. It remains at 19.1%. But our classified employees, the PERS Public Employees Retirement System, has seen a modest increase over the prior year to 27.05%. And as I mentioned earlier about the revenue, we eliminate any carryover and one-time expenditures included in the estimated actuals as well. This just shows our unrestricted and restricted proposed budget for next year. There is a deficit right now proposed next year, $18.5 million. And the restricted deficit, that just means we've got the dollars and we're spending those dollars. We're planning to spend those dollars. So you'll see that in restricted dollars, but it's the $18.5 million proposed deficit in unrestricted that is a result of a low COLA environment. The 1.07% is clearly not enough to sustain for a long term our current expenditure levels. Assignment of our ending fund balance, we do have our required 3% we're able to meet that requirement in our ending fund balance, not only for the current year, but through our two projection years and multi-year projection, as well as an additional 3%. Now, this says it can be maintained in current and subsequent years, and you'll see with the exception of 26, 27. So that additional 3% is not carried forward, again, due to our current assumptions and the low COLA environment for this year and next year. And then you can see other areas that make up what here is our general fund ending balance. And you'll see 23, 24, that's how we're projecting to end this year. 24, 25 is the budget year beginning July 1, and then 25, 26, and 26, 27. If you go down, you'll notice 9.92%. That is our unassigned reserve percentage. We cannot have that exceed 10%. And so we are meeting the statutory requirement of less than 10%. And then you can see that decreases down to 3.87%. That's not, I just want to be clear, that's not our unrestricted ending fund balance. For those trustees that were at the Budget Advisory Committee meeting, our unrestricted ending balance percentage is higher. It was in the 15% range. This is how much is unassigned. So what's left? Once you see all the assignments on there, it can't go above 10%, and then it drops to below 4%. And you'll notice in 26, 27, 0 on the additional reserve for economic uncertainties. So in order to maintain a positive certification, we've had to assume right now that in 26, 27, we can't have the additional 3% set aside, but we can meet our minimum requirement for that year. This just shows our ending balances. We have to put this in our public hearing. Ed Code 42127 requires us to provide this for public review and discussion of reserve balances. And so you can see what our reserve balances are for those areas, not only in Fund 1, but Fund 11, which is Adult Ed, Fund 14, which is Deferred Maintenance, and then Fund 17, which is that's our fund that we set aside for future expenses. Curriculum delivery and retiree medical reserve is what's identified here. Our other funds, we're pleased to say that we're positive on all of our other funds. General fund is Fund 01. That's our operating fund in the district. And these are other district funds that we have as well, in addition to our operating budget. You'll notice a net change. It's in the red for cafeteria fund. That's something we see every year because our cafeteria fund performs so well, it exceeds the amount of what is allowed to be carried over in the nutrition services fund. And so Chris Atwell has to have a plan every year. How are we going to spend down the reserves that we have for performing so well in order to meet the requirements of the state of California? Multi-year projections are required by AB 1200. That's the oversight, fiscal oversight of the County Office of Education. They are based on projections, as you've seen. I mean, we call them assumptions, but the assumptions are based on projections. And that drives our today's decisions. And they change. They'll change. Next time you'll hear about our budget is in December, first interim. And the assumptions will change and our projections will change at that point in time. Summary of our multi-year projection for the current year, for the proposed budget year and the two out years. You'll see that that large deficit in 24-25. It gets much smaller in 25-26 and then goes away by 26-27. So a lot can change in the state of California between now and then, and the stock market, as the stock market goes, really that's how the state economy goes. And so it could change. It could look a lot different 6 months from now or a year from now, but we are pleased that even in a small coal environment that deficit can go away by the end of the multi-year projection. Next steps will be to wait for the state budget adoption. Depending on what is included that's not in this proposal, it could trigger a 45-day revision. And that would be if there's any significant differences between what the governor has proposed and then what is agreed to with legislature between now and June 30th, or I'm sorry, June 15th. And then you'll see here mid-year state budget adjustments. There's a question mark. We're not suggesting that there will be or won't be, but that will be determined based on what the final expenditure plan is for the state, and then how revenues track for the state between now and the end of the calendar year, or December 31st. Back to you, President Irvin.
Are there any comments? Thank you. Are there any comments from the public on this agenda item? Seeing none. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Vice President Maestas.
3.4 million for lost library books? Lost library and textbooks? Is that what I mean, that seems like a lot, am I? Is that?
That includes computers.
It includes
Yes.
computers,
Yeah,
okay, that's what I
that
was
would
saying,
include
Chromebooks,
computers.
things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, man, 3.4 for lost textbooks. Man, no wonder the library charged me all those days with.
Other comments? Okay, seeing none. The delayed response?
Yeah, I'm getting
Trustee
tired.
Brown.
So I just want to say thank you for this report, and even though we're moving into tough times, I feel confident that we're in good hands and that we've got great professionals on our team who are watching our dollars carefully to make sure we don't get in trouble. So thank you to all of your staff, and especially those that are working these numbers so that they can work for the district.
Yes, I'd like to reiterate that. Great report. And the watchdogs in the house over there, Ms. Camstra. And, oh my goodness, allergies. And our executive director there. Making sure that, you know, right now we're not counting pennies. You know, eventually, you know, we're in, you know, entering some tough times. But as Trustee Brown said, we know we're in good hands. And so, thank you, Mr. Zerley, and that team of accountants and specialists and all of those folks over there that keep us in line. That being said, we will now close the public hearing and reconvene the regular board meeting. B10, approval of Modesto City Schools Special Education Transportation Transition Plan and the lease of parking space at 1920 Blue Gum to store future special needs buses. Mr. Tinzerly.
Yes, thank you again. Last board meeting, May 13th, the board was presented a report on providing special education transportation. This plan will give Modesto City Schools the opportunity to provide exceptional transportation services to our special needs students and families. And although it's a cost-neutral proposal, there are advantages to that. We get to control the efficiency of the transportation services. We get to control the routes, determine what is working, what is not working, and then we get to control any cost escalations in the future. So there is an advantage to us providing these services. But in the agenda item, it just goes back to December of 22 when a special education transportation task force was formed. It was formed To explore the possibility of our SELPA, Modesto City Schools, SELPA, providing door-to-door transportation services to our special needs students. As you know, we've never done that, and that was talked about at the last board meeting. And the task force was made up of special education administration, teachers, support staff, and a parent representative. And in January of 23, the task force unanimously recommended pursuing options to provide special education transportation. It's not a made-up issue. This is not something we just created. The task force that was put together for this very purpose unanimously recommended that we at least pursue what options are available out there for us. Just a year ago, in June of 23, our store transportation contract was renewed. And at that time, it included a yearly take-back provision to begin in 24-25 for Modesto City Schools to provide transportation services. It was agreed upon by both parties. It's not, again, we didn't make this up. It's in the contract. It allows us to do that. And then in February 26th of this year, again, to review, there was a special board workshop. We provided the board with an update on continuing efforts at that time to explore in-house transportation for students with disabilities. And then if approved, our SELPA would begin to provide transportation services in 25-26, not this year, not 24-25. It does take some implementation time, and it would be to our transition students and non-ambulatory students, which we shared with you would be about 16 routes that we shared at the last board meeting. And then other student services could be added each year following 25-26. It would include lease of vehicles. It's not part of this. We're not asking the board to do that just yet, but that would be presented to the board for approval at a subsequent board meeting. And then like I mentioned, year one of the plan is estimated to cost $1846 million, offset by an estimated $1,882,000 of savings in the store contract. So it is, as I go back to Trustee Irvin for comments, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the Modesto City Schools Special Education Transportation Transition Plan and the lease of parking space at 1920 Blue Gum to store special needs buses.
Are there any comments from the public on this agenda item? None? Oh, where? Oh, my bad.
Good evening. Back again, Donald Storr, President, CEO of Store Transportation Service, based in Modesto, California. I'm here just to, I got 247, okay. President Irvin, distinguished fellow trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, and cabinet members. I'm here to follow up from last meeting. I told you that we had 3 facilities in Modesto. We have one in East Modesto, we have one in Central Modesto, we have one in West Modesto. Why do we have all these bus facilities? Because it's more cost effective. It's more efficient. You don't have to travel from one end of the county or city to get the job done. It's more efficient, less emissions, less labor, and eventually less electricity. We have a total of 23 acres, 17 of which are fully developed. We are now starting our bidirectional infrastructure project in our east facility and in our west facility. They'll be done in 1 year. Great news last Thursday, the EPA granted Store 15 buses, Stanislaus County, for EPA grants to replace diesel buses. That's really good news. We transport for Stanislaus SELPA and Modesto City Schools, SELPA, a total of 1,350 kids a day. 650 are Modesto City Schools, 700 are Stanislaus SELPA. It's a spoken wheel. The buses are utilized coming in from various county locations, dropping off, picking up Modesto City Schools, saving you money. The biggest recipient of saving money is Modesto City Schools because of this facility and these operations. We estimate that you're going to need 72 buses to run the special needs project. 72 buses. We use 55 right now. You're going to need 72. Why more? Because you're going to lose the cost efficiencies of having combined resources with other districts. We estimate that you're going to need these 72 buses. The cost for 72 EV buses right now is $34 million. That's a conservative estimate based on today's market. You're going to, last time I was here, you proposed to have 6 buses purchased. There were, let me get to that note. Now, is there any chance, Mr. President, I could have a little more than 3 minutes?
I'll extend you 1 minute longer.
I have, okay. So anyhow, the district's gonna buy 6 buses. They're multi-purpose. They hold 8 students plus a driver. They're not school buses. 12 special needs non-ambulatory buses, that means wheelchair. The cost for these buses, 12 buses that are school buses, and the other buses are $3.4 million over a 10-year period, as stated by staff. We expect to replace all 70 of our diesel buses that are special needs with clean EV or EPA equivalent replacements. This is a very big step. We are light years ahead for a contractor to be in this position, and especially in Stanislaus County where we call it our home. Budget last time I saw was $1.8 million a year. We think your costs are going to far exceed $1.8 million. Fact is, we see a lot of financial risk in this. We see liability risk. Is now the time to take these risks, especially when all the budget information I've been watching tonight, is now the time. We urge you to take a look, step back, maybe hire a third-party consultant to give an opinion, review, take a look. What's the rush? We've been here for 73 years. We're not going anywhere. Let's get it right. Make sure we make the right steps and the right time to the benefit of the students. And we have a great relationship with the Modesto City Schools. I don't have anything to say negative about them, but I am a transportation expert, and I just urge you to evaluate all sides. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dwyer. Any comments and questions from the board? I have Trustee Maestas.
I'm sorry. I just have to, just like when we talk about stuff where we're on both sides of an issue, right? I still, I really want us to get more fuel efficient, to be cleaner air. And I kept asking about EVs and if we can do EVs, and the answer kept saying no, that they're going to be gas, And so I just really want is if we can move to being more fuel efficient in some way, that we get there. It's just something on my mind. I tend to move to EVs as much as I possibly can. And so that's just where my mind is right now.
Okay, and along that, these delayed responses. Trustee Brown.
I just noticed that there was additional public speaking. Someone stood up to speak before we brought it back to the board. Was there someone else from the public that wanted to speak?
Good morning, board members, trustees, and President Irvin. My name is Jimmy Albritton. I started Store School Bus in 2016, July of 2016, as assistant manager. 2022, I became the general manager for Store School Bus. In 2022, we had 76 school bus routes transporting approximately 1,300 students. At the end of the 23-24 school year, we ran 110 routes transporting approximately 1,350 students. That's an additional 34 routes to assist with ride times. Our service levels are very high. I and my staff have a great relationship with Carmen Sandoval at the MCS Special Ed Department. Our call-out attendance is at all-time low. Our driver and aides morale is the best I've ever seen. Our training department, safety department, mechanics, office staff, drivers, aides, all work well together as one common goal to transport our kiddos to and from school safely. And I say kiddos because we treat our students as if they were our own. We currently have a driver that's been driving Store School Bus for 48 years. Our drivers and aides are the first face our students see when they leave their homes in the mornings, and the last face they see in the afternoon. Our drivers and aides love their jobs and do their jobs well with respect, compassion, and understanding for their students. Store School Bus is a family, and I'm proud to be part of that family transporting our kiddos. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Brown. Oh, that was you. Trustee Daly.
I'm just curious because I've been in the area for a while and I've seen stores transportation. Our proposal is so that our MCS students will be our sole consumer, I guess you could say at that point. We're not going to be transporting. Do stores bus transport more than just MCS students on the same bus?
I don't believe so.
Oh, okay.
They have separate buses and routes for others. The Stanislaus County SELPA, we are our own SELPA, and so we have our own store routes. Vehicles a lot of times, not just buses, but yes, they're our own for Modesto City Schools.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, there was an agreement made, and Steve, you can correct me if I'm wrong, in order to attempt to reduce prices, I believe at the last contract that was agreed to, we agreed to ride share with Stanislaus County SELPA. But prior to that, we were independent and it was only our kids that were on the bus.
That's very minimal. The ride sharing is really occurring to regionalized programs, not any ride sharing within our district boundaries, but Turlock, et cetera.
Trustee Lopez.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest worry from day one is there is a driver shortage, and so one of the limitations I see is where are we gonna? I know that we spoke about, and it was mentioned last time that there would be enough drivers of our own within our ranks to fulfill that first year of transition, but not much more. The plan of attracting or training additional bus drivers have been mentioned, and so that's one of my biggest worries and reservations on this issue.
If I may, when I came to Modesto City Schools 2 years ago, almost exactly 2 years ago, your district was 15 drivers shy of the necessary need. As mentioned in the previous board meeting, we are now 100% staffed. And so we brought those 15 drivers on board in the last 2 years. And we have 5 additional drivers right now in training for technically non-open positions. So I think we probably have a really good shot at getting that done. But we can always, tweak what we're doing, right? We can always slow down the takeover or speed up the takeover if we need to, and we can adjust that way. So I'm relatively confident that we'll be able to bring drivers on board, that will get the first grouping done.
Okay.
I just want to add, I know the driver shortage is not specific to Modesto City Schools. It's something that's going on across, at least what I know, the county and the state. So that's why I'm gonna say, I know we might be fully staffed, but to go then and increase is what I feel like might be the difficult part.
Okay, thank you. And along that same lines with Trustee Lopez is talking about the transition too. I'm concerned about that transition because in transition, especially of a transition of this magnitude, I think that the brunt of that transition will impact our children, our students, you know, in making that transition to that, you know, from Storer to MCS and a lot of other things that I do have concerns about. But my main one is budget. We just had our budget presentation and we're going into uncertainties. A lot of uncertainty right now in terms of budget allocations from the feds, from the states in particular, and how do we mitigate that impact on our budget. And the document that was put together for projections of how much it would cost us to do this. I don't know who prepared that document. You know, was that prepared by Mr. Zerler, your office, or you know your folks, or transportation? They prepare it. I'm trying to get because I didn't feel confident in the numbers. You know. And so I'm trying to understand how do we really justify the expenditures giving the uncertainty of the outlook on our budget, you know, our current budget, and within these next 2 years. And then we hire all of these folks to come on, proceed to hire all these folks to come on, and all of a sudden, when that uncertainty becomes a reality, what do we do then? You know, what do we do then? You know, because it's going to be very to backtrack. You know, I'm just trying to take that cautious outlook on how do we do this with such uncertainty in our future, and why right now with the uncertainty. And what is that impact going to be? Worst case scenario, because we have to prepare both for best case scenario and the worst case scenario. And so I'm left with uncertainty. I'm left with also the buses, the carbon footprint. You know, as Vice President Maestas said, I'm another one that always looks at the impact of that in our community as a whole. As someone who has been involved in that type of work in the past, is that it looks like we're going to increase our carbon footprint. You know, for getting these diesel buses, and then we have a contractor that is, just said they received funding to help reduce the carbon footprint in our community. With those types of uncertainty and the risks that are, that could be prevalent in doing this at this time, it tends to give me great pause.
So I would counter that this is much more certain numbers than what we're seeing from STORE. They can give an increase to their employees tomorrow, and we're going to absorb that. They can. There's no control of the cost. We have no control of the cost with the contracted transportation, no matter if it's STORE, no matter if it's Laidlaw, no matter who it is. we lose that control. There's much more certainty in us doing it than a contractor doing it, because we see the billing far exceeds the contract amount that we have currently with transportation services. And I want to be clear, we're not talking about diesel buses. Store transports on diesel buses now, some diesel buses. We're looking at gasoline, if not propane, but these will be gasoline engines. They're not diesel buses. I just want to be very clear. If we weren't clear 2 weeks ago, that is not the plan. We're not, and I think we are the leader, not only in Stanislaus County, but in the state of California, if not the country, in reducing our carbon footprint. We know a thing or two about that. We just can't do it with expansion. It has to be a replacement. We don't have diesel buses to replace on the special needs side. So I just want to be clear that we're not talking about adding diesel buses or increasing the carbon footprint for what we're doing. And we control how it's implemented. We control the cost. And I can guarantee you that this has been going on since 22, as we talked about. We've had professional consultants in this district. Ryan Hahn was one looking at this. Kirk Hunter, who's in the audience right now, and then Stephen Fernandez, who was the architect of STORE. Our numbers are solid. They're much more solid than anything we're currently receiving at the moment.
So with that being said, in terms of financial uncertainty come upon us, what is our plan of action should that happen?
Well, it's no different than paying STORE $7 million or us having the $1.8 million in our budget. I mean, the plan, I mean, what are we going to do? We have to provide special needs transportation. We talked earlier about it being a mandate. No matter what the uncertainty is, we have to provide transportation. We believe we can do it much more efficient and at a lower cost than what we're currently paying to have it done, which gives us better certainty in those uncertain financial times.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zerly. Trustee Brown?
So, Mr. Zerly, in your presentation earlier, you said that this was a no-cost shift. So this is money that we already have allocated for transportation that we would be spending for our own center and buses.
Yeah, we've put this multi-year plan together for that very purpose. So we don't have to buy. I don't agree with their numbers. We don't need 80 buses, but that's a whole nother conversation. We're putting this plan together in a way that it's not going to hit us all at once. What we're not going to pay in the STORE contract, we will then pay to us to do that.
Thank you.
Just one more question. With that being said, so from a multi-year projection, so there will be a multi-year savings you're saying we're going to see from us providing the services, even with the increases, multi-year for benefits, salaries, and all those things that come with, new employees and things of that nature.
Yes, because we control that. We're paying for STORE salaries and benefits. I mean, and so we're already paying for that. Right. We control that much better if we're the employer and there are employees. We have no control over what STORE pays their employees at the moment. We don't get a say.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Lopez.
So, Mrs. Early, so you're saying that like if they were to increase payment right now on their drivers, even though we already have a pre-existing contract for a dollar amount, that means that that we would still have to go above what we're already paying to pay extra.
You will feel that when this contract's over and we go into negotiations. For the next 2 years, you will only feel the COLA increase in the current contract. But once that is over and we go back into negotiations, then you're not only going to see an increase in wages for their drivers, but store now has to also buy pretty much all brand new equipment because of the age of their current equipment. And so 100% of that fleet is going to have to be a new fleet, and somebody's going to pay for that, and that will be the district. You can't control that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there, do I hear a motion to approve the agenda item, approval of Modesto City Schools Transportation Transition Plan and the lease of parking space at 1920 Blue Gum to store future special needs buses? Then a motion by trustee Daly,
I second.
and motion, second by trustee Marks. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? Nay. Motion carries. Thank you. B11 through B13. The next three agenda items will be presented together by Ms. Sharakina Shams. Then we will open the floor for comments on any of these three items and vote on the two board bylaws, as the AR and exhibit do not require a vote by the board. Ms. Shams.
Thank you, President Irvin. That's the good news. I think these next three items can probably go pretty quickly. I'm really pleased to bring you this information tonight about increasing student representation and student voice on the board. The three items before you are proposed revision to board bylaws, as well as review of an administrative regulation that pertains to the student representatives to the Board of Education. It probably goes without saying, but these pertain to strategic goal 3, which is to provide a safe, welcoming, and respectful learning environment for our school community, including our students, as well as effective district-wide communication for all our audiences, including our students. And we have a goal to increase opportunities for students to have a voice in providing feedback on our policies, not just at the school level, but at the district-wide level as well. I want to give you some background on the selection of the student board representative who you met at our last board meeting. This was a highly competitive process. Those of us who got to witness it were really quite delighted to see not just qualified, but really impressive candidates for this position. It was abundantly obvious these were the top students from across the high schools in our district. It was tough enough to whittle the candidates down after reviewing their written applications, but as I'm sure President Irvin will attest, it got even harder when we got into the interview panel and we had 7 candidates and then had to reduce that down to just one final person selected as student representative to the board for the 2024-25 school year. Our panelists were student leadership from our high schools, President Irvin, myself, and our public information officer, Ms. Linda Muma-Solorio. As you know, the student we selected was Ahmad Dagher, a student at Modesto High School, and he will join you at the dais and at the meeting in August. As we take a look at the first board bylaw that's in front of you today, number 9150, one of the things we've taken into consideration is that our student population is not small at 30,000 students, 8 high schools. We have seen that the interest in the position is quite high. And of course, one of our goals is to incorporate student representatives from high schools across our district. Therefore, our first recommendation is to increase the number of student representatives to the board from 1 to 2 representatives beginning in the next school year 24 to 2025. The next item is an administrative regulation that is related to this. As you know, the student representative to the board is the president of the Inter-High Council, and so our recommendation here is that were we to have 2 student representatives, we would want to appoint these 2 students as co-presidents of the Inter-High Council. Finally, Board Bylaw 9250. Currently, our student representatives to the board are ineligible for compensation. Now, Assembly Bill 275, a law that took effect earlier this year, it was enacted on January 1st, has changed that for many districts. It now allows for student board members to receive financial compensation or elective course credit for the service that they provide. So our recommendation here is that the board vote to provide monthly financial compensation to the student representatives. And what we've taken into consideration here is the obvious time commitment, their regular attendance at all board meetings that are held from the months of August through May, and so that's a full 10 months. The other regular meetings and interactions that they have with other student leadership and other student groups across the district in order to collect that student voice and bring it forward and represent it here. And as we know, even though we consider the students advisors to the Board of Education, we've seen with Trustee Jifa Akwayi over the last year that she was often called upon to advise the cabinet and district leadership on various other issues impacting students as well. And so to recap this, your next steps at the next board meeting on June 17th would be to approve the proposed revision to Board Bylaw 9150. This wouldn't just add an additional student board member, it would also add Elliott Alternative Education Center as the 8th school site from which a student representative can come. And it would add a stipulation that student board members selected must be from different high schools in order to help diversify student voice. The second item on compensation, it would be to provide monthly compensation of $375 per student representative, and this is the amount of compensation for a regular board member, but split in half. And finally, the administrative regulation, which, as I explained, would establish co-presidents of the Inter-High Council. And with that, I'm open to your questions. I'll toss it back to you, President Urban.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Shams. Are there any comments from the public on this agenda item? No? Are there any comments or questions from the board? Vice President Maestas.
I only have 3 words. It's about time. That's it.
Trustee Marks.
Got a question on when you say different high schools, what does that mean? Just tell me. So, yeah, I was trying to figure out, what does that really mean? Does that mean this year it's going to be Johansson and Downey, or the next year it's going to be Elliott and Modesto High? So that's what I was trying to find out. What does that mean?
It would mean that the 2 student representatives who are serving at the same time could not come from the same high school.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, that's great. And then you said that the student, the selection process, so I know over the years it's kind of changed. So tell me how many were on the selection process when you chose the last rep?
I believe we had 8 students, and then President Irvin, myself, and then Public Information Officer Linda Muma-Solorio as well.
Okay, yeah, when you said student leadership, I wasn't sure, because I know a lot of times it's one from each school and from Inter-High Council. Perfect. And then I was wondering if you could add one more board member, since they're working with the board and work with the board. We used to have 2 or 3 that came that were part of it. So maybe the president, vice president, or some way to add another board member. And if they can't, they can appoint someone or ask the superintendent who they'd like to have on that, just to give it some more understanding of how that process works. It helps to serve on it and not have to wait until you're president to serve on it. So the ones who do help give, just can answer some other questions too. So I don't know if that's okay with the board, or, you know, if you guys would want to add one more.
So what you could do is make a motion with that recommendation and then see where the board is.
Okay, yeah, because when I was reading through it, I saw the, I read the bylaw, and I thought, hey, maybe one, wait, I had a spot. I'll tell you exactly what I was going to word it as. Yeah, oh yeah, that's true, you do switch them, but you just serve until, because well, it's interesting because you start in the spring is when we select them. So whoever's on at that time, that's who's going to be on the selection. But I was going to say, it was on E9150, but it was to say, it says a Board of Education member, and I thought at least one board member no more than 3, or something to that effect. Is what I
Probably no
wanted to
more
see.
than 2.
Yeah, it could be
Maybe,
2. Okay, so just say 2 board members, up to 2 board members, yeah. Yeah, okay.
So in the selection process, does the board member actually vote? Or is it only the students that vote?
Yes, President Irvin did vote, and so each person in the room had a score sheet in front of them, and that included myself and our public information officer as well. I will say we were outnumbered by far by the students. There were many more students than there
So
were adults in the
my
room.
only concern would be I would not want to dilute the value of the student
The student
voice
vote.
by increasing the number of board members voting.
Yep.
Tell you, Ms. Shams made sure that didn't happen.
There's only 4 adults, there's only 4 adults and 8 students, right? I mean, if you added a board member, there'd be 4 adults and
That's right.
8 students, so you'd never have.
And while I can't speak to what has happened in prior years, I can tell you that this year we looked at the scoring of just the students by themselves, and then the scoring of the rest of us, and the scoring of the total, and the result was the same.
Okay.
Okay, Trustee Daly.
My question is just associated to, it's going to start for 24-25 school year. How are you going to, are you just going to go back and is there a second person? Like this, the runner-up, I guess, basically at this point, is that who would then be appointed?
That's right. That's what has been discussed, and as it happens, the runner-up is from a different high school. And so it would already fulfill that other requirement that we want to add, that 2 high schools be represented, 1 for each student board rep.
Trustee Lopez.
Yeah, my question was around how do you not prepare, but how do you work that to say we need them to be from a different high school, right? Do you pick one and then you go for the second one based on eligibility of meeting that criteria? Or do you pick the top 2 that garnered the most votes? And then, or the top 3 and look to see that there's no high school dilemma?
You know, I can speak to that. I mean, I think you look, I think to a large degree, the impetus behind the requests that we're asking and the change is to really have more representation than Modesto High IB students. I've not seen any student board reps that have not been Modesto High IB because they are so awesome, they're well prepared, they're in sync. And if the purpose of this is to try to get more voice from around the district, we can't just take the top 2, because if you've got 2 IB students are going to win out again. And so really the purpose here is trying to get more voice from other areas of the district.
No, I completely agree, and it's a good way to do that. I'm just saying, how do you then make the decision of who's that second person, right? And I believe there needs to be like 2 votes, right? You vote for the first one, and then you, from the pool that's already there, you vote for the second one. Because I mean that would have to be because, like, for example, if we were to go based on top 3, or we would have to wait for that. We had to get top 3 to see that there's no, if 1 and 2 are from a different high school, then we have no problem, right? But if I know I'm getting into the weeds a little bit, but if they are, then we had to go for the 3rd or the 4th. I mean, that's my process, or my thinking is, I would like to have something explain how that second board member is chosen.
And perhaps we can look at this and go into more detail about what the scoring would look like in order to make sure we have that diversity, 2 high schools represented.
Yeah,
Fortunately, we have a year to decide. We have a year to think that, because in this case, in this year, that didn't happen. The second runner-up is from a different high school. So no issue there. So we have a year to think of an equitable way that you pick two and have it be from a different high school.
I think because we're dealing with the top of the top and really sharp students, they're gonna wanna know what that criteria is, and they're gonna take a look at this board bylaw and this AR before they start putting their hats in. We can come up with some language, such that it addresses your concern, and that will be, I mean, because you guys aren't approving it until the next board meeting, so take a look at that language and see if it identifies the need that you have there. And that is just identifying how do you select the second?
Right.
Ensuring that it's a student from a different high school.
Yeah, and I don't think that, I'm like, if it doesn't happen in a month that we decide this, we need some more time. I mean, when are the elections? I mean, I don't think well, I guess there's some,
True.
there's some,
Yeah, I
student,
hear
yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah, the election process starts sometime in the spring, so we got time until at least the winter to decide that and then send out that conviction. I want to elevate that requirement, because I do believe there needs to be representation, but I also want to make sure that we're equitable about how those spots are chosen on merit, including the equity lens into it.
Yes, it is. Trustee Brown.
I just want to know if there's anything that will be defined in what we vote on that specifies a separation of duties between the two, so that it's not a total overlap.
We hadn't discussed a separation of duties. We had definitely discussed having both student representatives at the dais at the same time. In other words, not a situation where one student comes to one meeting and another student comes to another meeting. So there might be some overlap for the fact that they're both representing student voice at the same board meeting in each and every board meeting. But we can certainly look at when they're outside of board meetings and meeting with student groups and collecting that student voice if those duties are split up.
Or is that something we leave to them to develop what their team approach will be?
Maybe so.
Thank you.
Vice President Maestas.
Do we need to have language in here about the compensation being retroactive to January 1st, 2024? Okay. Do I need to make that in a motion now? Or?
The reason why I say that is this is going to be the only time that it ever happens, and since this is a living document that could be here for a decade, we can make the motion, I approve with retroactive to da-da-da-da, so that way you get it approved without it living in the document for much longer than it's needed.
Yeah.
Do I need to make that motion for this first reading?
I would say make it,
Okay.
I would say make it yeah.
Got it.
So that way it's in the minutes there, and then when we do the final thing, you don't have to make it again. Okay, just my 2 cents. As Vice President Maestas said, hey, we've come a long way. And I'm very, very excited that Elliott is included, because that's the epitome of equity, and meeting Miguel and on several occasions, and then going to the model alternative school. I said, need to have Elliott as a potential. And I think, I think it'll do them well. I think it'll help elevate the student body on their campus and things like that. So I'm glad we're moving in this direction. And the students are getting paid, so I might be able to borrow some money if I need to. So with that being said, I entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve the first reading of proposed revision of Board Bylaw BB 9250, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits with retroactive compensation to January 1st, 2024 for our previous board member.
And will you add mine?
And add
Up to two
up
board
to
members.
2 board members in the selection committee of the new board representatives.
Thank you, David.
Okay, it's been moved by trustee, Vice President Maestas, and second by trustee Mejia for the approval of a first reading of proposed revision of board bylaws, BB 9150, student board members. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you, Sims.
E14.
Oh, yes. B14, approval of the elementary school district declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2024-2025 school year. Mr. Henderson.
Board.
It was over under 30, so we're trying to figure out.
I know. The accusation. Board President Irvin, trustees, Dr. Noguchi, and cabinet. Item B14 seeks the board's approval for the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 24-25 school year. This is the elementary school district, and we have an accompanying one after this for the high school district. The requirement is for the approval to be part of the public discussion action items. In short, the declaration notifies the Commission of Teacher Credentialing of our need for fully qualified credentialed educators, and the approval allows the district to seek temporary or emergency permits with the county office in cases where fully credentialed candidates cannot be secured. It's recommended the board approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the elementary school district for 24-25 school year.
Do I hear a motion? Oh. Are there any comments from the public? Seeing none, are there any comments and questions from the board? Been properly moved by trustee Brown and seconded by trustee Marks. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion carries. B15. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Approval of high school districts declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2024-2025 school year. Mr. Henderson.
Yes, sir. Same script as the last item. This is just for the high school district. So I could read it again. I'd be glad to, actually, but if you'd like.
Yes, duly noted, but let's keep it moving. Are there comments from the public? Seeing none, are there comments or questions from the board? Been moved by trustee Brown and seconded by trustee Mejia. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion carries. B16, approval of revisions to the Modesto City Schools and Modesto Teachers Association collective bargaining agreement for 2023 to 2026. Mr. Henderson.
Board President Irvin, trustees, Dr. Noguchi, and cabinet. I'll now read the entire text of the agenda. I'm kidding. Getting late. I am pleased to report that negotiations between the district and Modesto Teachers Association have concluded, and I would be the first one to do so had it not been for the comprehensive summary provided during the MTA report this evening by one president, Chris Peterson, which was very well done. And I bring for your approval the revisions of the collective bargaining agreement for 2023 to 2026. As he mentioned, for this bargaining session, the parties negotiated salary, health and welfare,
benefits articles of the contract, as well as 5 additional articles. It was a big lift despite a long and arduous process. The important thing is that we have reached agreement. And some of the main provisions of the agreement include, as was mentioned, a 2-year contract covering both 23-24 and closing out negotiations for the 24-25 school years. That's a big deal. 7.25% ongoing increase to the salary schedule retroactive to July 1, 2023. Additional contributions to the district contribution to the health and welfare. The $100 a month already applied in the current year, as well as additional $150 a month effective January 1, 2025. It is true. I'll go a step further. 6 years ago, out of 20 districts in Stanislaus County, we were dead last in our district contribution in health and welfare. It was $4,800 a year. We are now in the top 3 in what we contribute toward the purchase of those medical plans. And I think it says a lot about an employer when they value employees and have made that concerted effort over that time. Language related to alternative bell schedules, the process for voting, clarifying language related to the frequency and duration of work-related meetings, which was kind of scattered all through different articles. Language related to the work and process of professional learning community teams. That's the driver of the behaviors, the best practices that are going to get us to the increased student learning. Adjustment to the number and content topics of our site instructional team, additional days of professional development for our new certificated staff, as well as ECE teachers. More student contact time for computer literacy teachers. Preparation time, as was mentioned, for preschool special education teachers. Provision we've already put into place, and more classified support for our full-day kinder and combo, early combo teachers, TK combo and TK classes. The decrease in the class size maximums. It's been some time since there have been changes to the class size, and that applies to TK to 3, 7-8 classes, and 9-12. We have a class size overage provision for 2 years and a master schedule flexibility, allowing us to help with the master schedule creation through the addition of optional periods. Special education, caseload maximums and titles for respective programs, the consolidation of ECE salary schedules, placement criteria that assists us in getting private sector career tech ed teachers and placing them on the salary schedule initially, as well as allowing them the ability to progress along the salary schedule. They've been pretty much capped out at a certain cell for all time. BCBAs, same thing, speech teachers. Additional stipends to accommodate the Prop 28, the passage of Prop 28. You're going to see visual performing arts really explode even further in the community. Some increase in hourly rates, deletion of obsolete language, transfer language, as was mentioned, a revision of an article. It used to be BITSA and now induction and intern support, speaking to the levels that we support our inductees and interns in the district, which speaks to my area of recruitment, training, retention, covers all 3. MTA ratified the agreement with their membership on May 17th, 2024 with approval, as was mentioned. I wrote it down, 82%. The fiscal impact of the agreement is as noted in the agenda item. And with that, in accordance with Government Code Section 3547.5, and following consideration of certification that the costs incurred by the school district can be met during the agreement's term, it's recommended that the Board of Education approve the revisions to the Modesto City Schools and Modesto Teachers Association's collective bargaining agreement for 2023 to 26. Thank you for giving me the time to outline some of those main provisions. It was a lot because it was 13 months worth and a lot of collaborative work with the team.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Are there any comments from the public? Good. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Brown.
Yes, hats off to MTA President Chris Peterson for enduring this very lengthy meeting. Seems like it mimics the lengthy process of the negotiations. And I want to express gratitude to all parties of the negotiation process, and also to recognize the civility that was maintained within the district throughout that process, and appreciate the collaborative work that we are able to do with our teachers union. We appreciate and show gratitude to every one of the teachers for the work that they do and the value that they provide in providing education to our students. So thank you.
Yes. Also, thank you, Mr. Peterson, for your leadership. And we have an agreement with our heroes. And so it's a good day in the neighborhood that we have an agreement with our heroes, those who go out and educate our students. So it's a wonderful, wonderful day. Very satisfied with the amicable process, although it was arduous for the negotiation team, and I think this negotiations team was an epitome of what all districts should meet that standard. So really appreciate all that the negotiations team did to get us to this point with a 82% approval rate. So thank you again. Thank you again, all involved. Been moved by Trustee Mejia and seconded by Trustee Daly. All in favor signify by saying aye. 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 All opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion's carried. Yes. Okay. B17, approval of amendments to existing employment agreements for Deputy Superintendent, Associate Superintendent, and Chief Officer contracts effective July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2026. Mr. Henderson.
Good evening again. Thank you. Tonight, for B17, the board is asked to approve amendments to the employment agreements for management employees, specifically cabinet level positions. The amendments are included in the attachments within the agenda item. The employment agreements are revised to extend the term of employment from June 30th, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, consistent with the district practice for such individual contract positions. The employment agreements are for the following management employees: Brad Goudreau, Tim Zerly, Mark Herbst, Mike Rich, Mike Henderson, Russell Selkin, and Shurikina Shams. The employment agreements do not change the existing salaries or forms of compensation. Therefore, as listed in the financial impact, there is not an additional increase to the board-approved salary schedule as a result of these amendments. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the amendments to the existing employment agreements for the Deputy Superintendent, Associate Superintendent, Chief Technology Officer, and Chief Communication Officer contracts effective July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2026.
Are there any comments from the public? Seeing none. Any comments, questions from the board? Seeing none. I'll entertain a motion. Motion by Trustee Daly and seconded by Trustee Mejia. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion carries. B18, approval of amendment to employment agreement with Dr. Sarah Noguchi, Superintendent. Speaker, John Irvin. I forgot the third, but that's okay. There are two modifications. First, term of employment. Effective July 1, 2024, the governing board hereby extends superintendent's employment agreement to June 30th, 2028. subject to the terms and conditions stated in the agreement as amended. Superintendent accepts such employment and agrees to perform all duties of said office during the term of the agreement. Second, termination of term of employment and contract of employment from July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. Paragraph E, termination for cause, and paragraph F shall require a supermajority, at least 5 votes, to terminate the employment agreement for cause or to unilaterally terminate the employment agreement. Are there any comments from the public? Seeing none, are there questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, all in favor? Oh, I entertain a motion. So move, Trustee Mejia, and second by Trustee Daly.
Point of
All in
information,
favor?
Is it roll call?
All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none? Seeing none? Motion carries. Whew. Oh, my goodness. Items to be placed on a future Board of Education. I have a list of 10. Oh, and turn a motion to adjourn our meeting. So moved. Moved by Trustee Mejia and second by Trustee Daly. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none? Motion carried.